Okay. Good evening and welcome commissioners, applicants, and interested parties to the May 21st, 2025 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. My name is Chris McIntyre. I'm the Vice Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and I will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Chapter 260 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing wetlands protection, and Chapter 263 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing stormwater management. Before I begin tonight's meeting, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the recent change in our commission. Valerio Romano, who served as chair, has stepped down from his role following recent purchase of a new home outside of town, which led to the changing of his voting status, making him ineligible to continue serving on the Conservation Commission. We want to extend our thanks to Valerio for his leadership and his guidance that he brought to the commission as chair. We wish him all the best with his new home and his future endeavors. The Cohasset Conservation Commission meeting is now open and in session and will be held on Zoom. If you have any questions for the commission, please put them in the Q&A section of the Zoom application. Please include your name, address, and address to be recognized. When called on, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is the town's conservation agent, Charlotte Bechtel, as well as the town administrator, Melinda Wall. I will now take a roll call vote of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, present.
And Chris McIntyre, present. 5 commissioners. We have a quorum. And tonight we'll begin with some minutes for approval. We have some old ones here. Should we go one by one, Charlotte, or can we do these in a batch?
Probably one by one. And except for Steve, all of you were here on the meetings in 2022.
Okay. So for January 24th, 2022, I believe that was more of a discussion with the
Actually, wait, maybe Sanji was not for 2022. But those were business meetings.
Okay. So for January 24th, 2022, do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
We approve the minutes for, what's the date again?
January 24th, 2022.
January 24th, 2022.
Thank you. Next up, we have September 1st, 2022.
I move that we approve the minutes for January 1st, 2022. No, not January 1st. What is it?
January 24th.
January 21st. Thank you.
Sorry, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Voice vote would suffice.
Kathy and I, so I.
Aye.
Aye. Next up, we have September 1st, 2022. I think this is the one where it was a public meeting with council, right, Charlotte?
Yeah, this one was another business meeting. So it was discussing bylaw changes.
Right. Motion to approve these minutes.
Second.
Motion. Okay. All in favor of approving? Aye.
Aye.
Voice vote. Next up, we have September 22nd, 2022. Motion to approve those minutes as well.
Second.
Second. Voice vote. All in favor of approving those minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And lastly, is more recent. I think Steve and Sanji. I actually don't know if Sanji was present. I believe Steve was. April 17th, 2020.
Yeah, all of you were except for Sanji.
April 17th, 2025. I motion to approve these. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. The minutes are approved. Great. Our first public hearing tonight is for RDA 25-06 for 0 King Street, proposed soil exploration testing within the 100-foot buffer zone, submitted by the town of Cohasset. Charlotte, is there anyone we can promote?
Yeah, sorry, one sec. I'm promoting, I think that's everybody. Hi, Bill. Hi, Brad.
Hello.
Hi, Chief Quigley.
Hi,
Sean.
everyone.
Edward, thank you.
Yes.
Brad and Bill, could you guys introduce yourselves for the record, please?
There
Sure.
we go.
Good evening, members of the commission. Brad Holmes with ECR. We're involved in this project. We perform the wetland delineation, and I'm able to meet with Charlotte on site to review. And happy to answer any questions. I'll turn it over to the rest.
And I'm William Murray from Places Associates. We're the project civil engineer. We're the applicant's representative in this matter for the proposed soil testing across the street from 135 King Street.
Great, thank you. Is there someone can pull up a plan to describe what's going on, what the plan is?
We can do that.
Thank you.
Am I sharing?
Not yet.
Not yet. Come on.
There you go.
Good. Let's see if I can just do this really quickly. Once again, my name is William Murray from Places Associates. We're here for the Cohasset Public Safety Building. And I need to get that screen out. Go to that screen. See if I can find the map. Here we go. Oh, going the wrong way. Apologize. So this is the subject site. So across the street from us, right where my arrow is now, is 135 King Street. So we're on the site that we're talking about is the opposite side of King Street. This is Sanctuary Pond Road. And the site that we're looking at is generally right here. Over here are the shops that continue on, and the Dunkin' Donuts and the Mary Beth are all to the south of this site. As Brad mentioned, he delineated the wetlands in February of this year. My office were registered surveyors. We went out and GPS located the wetland flags. The property lines come from record plans, and the topography that we show on the plan come from what's known as LIDAR, but we found that to be incredibly accurate. So having located the wetland flags, we developed the 50-foot buffer, which is the orange line, and the 100-foot buffer, which is the red line. And what the proposal is to conduct soil test holes, which I call probes, to determine if we can find suitable soils for a septic system expansion area for the site across the street. So this is kind of an unusual circumstance, and I'll get into a little bit more detail if I may. So across the streets, the town has already purchased 135 King Street. It's the property of the town. And it has an existing septic system on the site, but through all sorts of means of testing and site evaluation, we've determined that we can't find what's known as an expansion area on that site. The soils are just that bad. They're a clay, pretty much a clay mixture, and they go down past 25 feet. The site adjacent to 135 King Street, which is proposed for self-storage and something else, they found sand at 25 feet, and they were able to perk it and get a very small septic system. We went down to 30 feet with soil borings that were needed for the construction of the building, and we couldn't find sand. We found clay all the way down. So across the street, we have an existing septic system that has passed Title V, and my office has made generalized determination that what is there today will suit the expanded building, because the building will be expanded to make the police station and the fire station. The problem we have is Title V requires that you have an expansion area for any new construction. So while the existing leach field may be suitable to support the police and fire station, which don't generate a whole lot of flow, because it's an expansion under the code, we have to have what's known as an expansion area. And I can't find it on 135 King Street. So this site is located directly across the street, and we're hoping that we can find suitable soils to put an expansion area on this site. And what my submittal to you identifies is that this is probably never going to be built. This is what I call a paper chase, because under Title V, we are required to have an expansion area for new construction. So we have to do this. But if the existing septic system fails, the town can elect to potentially rebuild it in place and not pursue building a leach field across the street. The other option is maybe in the future we can extend to sewer. We've looked at extending to sewer, and your existing sewer collection system is at capacity. The sewer commissioners have asked us not to attempt to tie in. And in addition to that, it's almost a mile away uphill up King Street, which is a state highway layout, and the design and the permitting would be burdensome beyond the fact that the sewer commission has already said they don't have the capacity right now to support the station. So we need to do this soil testing is the short story. What I show here is a plan that shows where we're proposing to do the testing. We've done detailed research into the Board of Health regulations, Title V, and the local regulations, and your local wetlands bylaw, and there is no prohibition to putting a leach field in the outer 50 feet from wetlands. So Title V allows us to put a leach field 50 feet off of wetlands. Your local bylaw defers to Title V. Your wetlands bylaw defers to Title V. Having walked this site recently, I've made a determination walking out there that we're going to start the soil testing at the way back, which is to say outside the 100-foot buffer zone in that upper left-hand corner where you see these oblong shapes with X's. So that's where I want to start doing soil testing. And if I find suitable soils there, then I don't want to go to the front of the site where we have a very small area. And having walked that, getting in there will be very difficult because there's a guardrail along the entire frontage of this site. And getting a small excavator in there will be difficult. This is what I show at the bottom of the page. This is the kind of machine that we're talking about. It's a very small excavator. It's not one of these huge machines that will require bashing down trees or creating a huge trail. It's got about a 5.5 foot footprint, and it can dodge trees, and it can get in and through the wetlands with minimal damage. Am I going to say that we're not going to damage trees and we're not going to run over shrubs? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is the most maneuverable machine that we can fit and still dig down to the 8 to 10 feet that I'm going to need for the soil testing. So that's what we're asking the commission for permission to do, is to do soil testing in the areas that we show. And again, I will start outside the 100-foot buffer zone, and on the back rear, I don't propose to go within 100 feet of the wetlands. And in the front, if I have to, then I'll dig 2 or 3, maybe not the 4 holes that we show there, to determine if we have it. The final point is the soils out there are mapped as what's known as Hollis rock outcrop, which is shallow depths to ledge with pockets of good soil, which is why we need to dig this. So we need to dig it to confirm that we have adequate depth, adequate space, and adequate soil. And the Hollis rock outcrop is just an ambiguous kind of delineation that just simply means we need to go on site. And as I said, Brad is here from Environmental Consulting and Restoration. He delineated the wetlands, so he can go into detail on any of that delineation.
So to be clear, this is just a request for determination of, you know,
Applicability.
of applicability for these 7 pits, nothing of the system that you're putting in. It's just for the test pits itself, and
Yeah.
phasing wise, you would do the outer test pits initially,
Right.
and if those pass, the inner pits wouldn't be.
Would not be, right, we wouldn't try it. So just to remind the commission, doing perk testing, as long as I don't cross a wetland, is an exempt activity under the Wetlands Protection Act. But in conversation with your agent, she doesn't believe that the damaging of vegetation within the buffer is exempt under your local bylaw, which is why we're making the application.
And just to refresh me, you said you were gonna do the plan top
Yeah,
right?
the northerly, right?
Okay, you were gonna start with those? And
I'm
if
gonna
those,
try, yeah, having
if they-
walked out there, it's the highest.
Mhm.
And it's 100 feet away, and it looks like it has a whole lot more opportunity. When I was out there a week and a half ago, that entire wetland was ponded to the edge of the wetland, so I already know where groundwater is. It's where the ponding is. Our concern is depth of ledge and whether we have suitable enough soil. So all we're trying to do is determine if we have enough soil on this go round, and if we do, then we may or may not come back. Well, we'll have to come back if we do have enough soil to do perks and prove that the soil is suitable for an on-site disposal system. And again, it's a paper chase. Even if we design a septic system back here, it's not likely that the town will ever build it.
So these aren't actually perk tests, these are just soil, these are just testing the depth of soil?
Yeah, these are just with a backhoe. I may, if I'm out there, I may run an informal perk test, but it would be, it would be on the end of an existing hole. I wouldn't dig a new hole. So yeah, what I need to do is I need to dig down 8 to 10 feet. So that hole will be either 18 to 24 inches wide, probably 6 feet long. And if we do a perk, he'll add another 3 or 4 feet to the end of the hole. We'll start at the farthest hole and work our way back to the road. We did get the neighbors. We have to cross private property to get to here from Sanctuary Pond Road, and we did get the neighbors' permission to do that.
You mentioned it, I believe these were, as you described them as probes at first, is there, but then it seemed to be more of a test pit. Is it possible to get the information you need with probes instead of using a backhoe?
Well, a probe is a test pit. They're all done by the backhoe, and no, I cannot. So I'm a certified soil evaluator, and Title V requires that we do a backhoe hole so we can observe the soil layers, soil morphology, see where groundwater is, and all those kind of things. And you can't do that with a drilled hole. You have to do that with a dug hole.
Okay. Thank you for that good explanation. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I wonder why even come to an RDA. I mean, it looks like you could go and do that northern side without doing this. You're outside the 100-foot buffer.
Because
And
I
if it were
can't
a failure-
guarantee that I'll find soils there.
No, I realize that.
Okay.
But I would say is that your plan B is after you've gone out there and tested that, come back to us if you need to test the area within the 100-foot buffer to the south of that.
Well, time is of the essence for the town, so we're trying to expedite the whole thing. I can't delay this by months. We need to get in and try and figure this out, because if I can't find a reserve area on this site, then we have to regroup the entire project and work in a different direction. So the committee needs an answer as soon as possible, which is why we're proposing to do all of this in a single day.
Both sites, if necessary?
Yep.
I see, okay. I was gonna say that if filing an NOI is gonna delay things, and you could, if you are successful on the north, you could do it tomorrow.
Well, yes, but if you determine this requires a notice of intent, then this would have been a non-fruitful thing. But as we put in our application, even your bylaw allows, it specifically states that perk tests are exempt from your local bylaw. These are probes, not perk tests. And we're hoping that you will find this to be a minor activity, as the Wetlands Protection Act allows this kind of pre-construction exploration to figure out what's going on and what you can do.
Sure.
So we don't believe that this warrants a notice of intent.
Any other commissioners or anything else, Tom?
No,
Steve? Anything?
No,
Sanjay?
looks pretty straightforward.
Kathy?
I don't have any more questions. Any questions? Thank you.
Sanjay? Anything?
No questions.
Charlotte, you visited the site? Do you have any
Yeah,
concerns or-
so I did walk the site with Brad. Brad had flagged the wetlands when the site was not as overgrown, so we were only able to walk a good portion of the wetland line to the north where the test pits will be done outside of the 100-foot buffer. Along the 3A, area, you if you've driven by it, you'll see that it's pretty much almost 100% overgrown with invasives. There's a really steep slope that goes down after that, so we weren't physically able to walk the wetland line towards the closer to 3A. So if the commission issues a negative determination for the test pit work, that's one number, but then it's up to the commission if you want to verify the wetland lines. But just know that Brad and I were really only physically able to walk this northerly one.
But from your, well, first of all, it's an exempt activity, but you're bringing it to us because the disturbance, in other words, driving the machinery is your
Correct.
concern.
Yeah, and
The
if you look
machinery
at the
disruption would be primarily invasive species.
yeah, and I guess Brad, I don't know if you agree with that, but it was really hard to tell from when we walked the site, but it was definitely, I would say, almost 100% invasives. There were some trees, but depending on how the excavator can access the site, it might just be invasive overgrowth that would be disturbed temporarily to get to those test pit areas.
Yes, I agree.
And
It's a nasty area along the highway.
yep, I've seen it. Yep, I agree. And Mr. Murray, would you be able to do the pits on the northerly? Would you get the information you need like immediately? You're not waiting. You're not letting it perk. You're just doing the soil assessment and those. So you're not just going to do all 7 if you don't have to. You would get the information from the northerly outside the wetlands zone before you proceed to the southerly. That's
Exactly. Yeah. If the northerly pans out, then I'm not even going to attempt the southerly ones against King Street because the topography is not that much higher than the adjacent wetlands. It's still a low area. It's still steeply off the edge of the road. So I don't hold much hope for that. And if in fact I do find suitable soils, and I'll be able to do that pretty quickly, I may run an experimental perk for my purposes, but not a full perk. It wouldn't be witnessed by the Board of Health, so it wouldn't be official. But
Okay.
yes, it takes probably half an hour, 45 minutes to get in. Maybe just a half an hour to get into the furthest hole. And it takes about a half an hour to 45 minutes to dig the hole, do the soil assessment, and then backfill it, and then move on to the next hole and the next hole. So in theory, we could be done in less than 4 hours if the northerly side pans out. If it doesn't, then I need to go to the southerly side and at least dig a couple holes to verify that it's not usable.
All right. Thank you. Well, if there's no other questions from anything from the audience, Charlotte, no other questions or comments from the commission or the audience, or you, Charlotte, I think we can proceed. I'm comfortable making a negative determination and would make a motion. Charlotte, help me out with the numbering, please.
Yeah, that, I guess the numbering depends on what kind of motion you make, so. If you're gonna also, approve the wetland delineations, I would go with a positive 2A with only approving wetland flags. Sorry, Bill, I can't read, but whatever the northerly numbers are. Because again, we weren't physically able to walk the southerly line, so.
It's the C as in Charlie series.
Yep, yeah, oh, so the wetland C series, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and then, so it'd be positive 2A with a -4. -4 for the determination is that the work is exempt, and then -6 would mean that it needs no further review under the bylaw. So that would be if you're also approving wetland delineations. If you do not want to approve the wetland delineations, I think you would do positive 2B, which would be that the wetland lines are not approved under this determination, and then still do -4 and -6.
Commissioners, any issues with the wetlands delineations as they've been put forth?
No.
Question for Brad. Did you actually originally walk the southern portion there? You did the
Yes,
delineation?
I walked the whole site.
Okay. And you just not able to get back in when the growth was up?
I've delineated in February when it was, leaf off.
Right.
But any area of upland I identified on that parcel, so I have walked it and delineated it.
Okay.
So then I make a motion to issue a positive 2A determination with a -4 and a -6 for RDA 25-06.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, I missed one. I think it would be, sorry, it would be a positive 2A for the delineation. And if you are comfortable with approving all the wetland delineations flagged by Brad, you can do that. And then it would be the -4 in terms of the actual test pits not in our jurisdiction. And then a -5 would pair that with the area described is subject to jurisdiction under the act in the buffer zone, but then the work meets the requirements of the exemption in terms of exempt activities. Would that be correct, Bill? Would you
Yes.
say -4, -5, 2A, and then -6 under the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I missed that one. There's too many of them.
Thank you. All right, so then I make a motion to issue a positive 2A with a -4, a -5, and a -6 determination for RDA 25-06 at 0 King Street. Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Right, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. The public hearing for RDA 25-06 is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you
applicants.
all.
Thank you.
Good
Thanks,
night.
guys.
You're welcome.
The next public hearing is for RDA 25-05 at 15 Nichols Road, proposed driveway replacement, pergola and hardscape in the 50 and 100-foot buffer zone. Charlotte,
Mhm.
anyone to promote?
It's coming through right now. And just so the public's aware, we had to read the public notices for 0 King Street, 15 Nichols Road, and for 48 Lampert's Lane on our agenda last week when we had to reschedule our meeting, just so that in case anyone's wondering why we're not reading the public notices, they've already been read in. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. Hi, John. How's it going, John? You're muted.
With that better?
Yes. How you doing?
Okay. Well, and yourself?
Good. I don't see the owners, but if they want to raise their hand in the audience, I'll promote them. And John, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is John Bradley. I'm actually representing the Ron and Lena Goldberg. They're out of the country right now, so they won't be attending. And the company I represent also is J&J Yard Care Incorporated, and will the company proposing to do the work as well.
Good. I assume you're joining from a phone, so you won't be able to share a plan.
I don't have a plan, but Charlotte does have everything there.
Great
One
shot.
second. Yeah, I can pull that up. Sorry, too many windows open. Okay. There you go, John. In case you can't see it, I have the I have your maps, so I can go to the there's the plot plan, and I figured this Mass Mapper one was easy to start.
Sure. No, that's fine. There's basically three projects the homeowner's looking to accomplish on the site. One is to replace the driveway, which is sort of off that right-hand end as we look at it. It's the closest point to Little Harbor. And then the other two proposed projects are up on the property line that are on the opposite side, and the fire pit is pretty much about 30 feet off the house that's existing in the grass area. And then there's an existing planting bed where that grill area and pergola is proposed. I'm not sure where the commission would like to start on questions, or where you'd like to continue down, Charlotte, on the driveway piece. Or this is the existing driveway. Again, it's a gravel driveway, not permeable, but again, will absorb something because it still has hard pan underneath it. And in the back, by the tree on the left, is a retaining wall that is existing that comes, and there's a little planting bed in front of that. The closest area to the Little Harbor is going to be in that back corner between the rounded edge of the house and that holly that's in the back. And there's a picture that will show that. But we're proposing to keep the driveway basically the same as it is right here, with the exception of the front foreground on the left, that little grass area. We might take 3 feet of it and just pull that out. And of course, everything would be sloped from the garages and from that holly tree forward to Nichols Road. And so all the water can go into a permeable base of open graded 3/4 inch stone. But this is the closest area to Little Harbor. You can see the grass at the edge of the wetland going down the slope. And again, a loose rock wall here, and then there's a more formal one continuing to the left.
Okay, you're still going. I was going to ask what the construction was going to be, but to that.
Right. On this diagram here, it shows there's an area right up by the garage doors where I'm proposing a non-permeable, just to keep the moisture and water away from the house, with a pipe that would come and drain in because there's no gutters on the house. So it'd be a channel drain in sort of that right angle piece right up by the house. And then once that's done, it would go into the base itself. So it wouldn't go outside the existing driveway edge that's there. So in this driveway would be basically shown the existing, and then that proposed alterations in the upper right-hand corner.
You pan up a bit just to show that. All right, so edge of the paper more or less is the road.
That's correct. The edge of the paper would be Nichols Road.
Okay.
And this would be sort of a cross section of what this would be as far as the proposed installation. Where we'd have an underlayment. The only thing that we wouldn't have is the drain wouldn't go anywhere but into the base, based on the area that it's in. But it'd be the open graded base. There'd be a fabric on the bottom, and then we're proposing to put a piece of drive grid, which is a reinforced engineered piece of plastic, for lack of a better term, and I can drop a actual sample off to Charlotte so she can take a look at it. But we've used it under, patios and driveways to help shorten the base to disturb as little as possible, and to also give sort of a, if you will, a girdle, which will prevent any settling that would go on. And then, of course, we'd have the bedding layer, again, open chip stone, and then we'd actually have the paver field itself, which would have the gapping for the permeable pavers to take effect. This area here is on the sort of uphill side. This is where we're proposing to put the grill area and also the pergola. And you can see the construction that's going on in the
Right.
back.
Can we pause for on the driveway
Sure.
for a second, just before we
Absolutely.
move on to the next piece? Just for clarification,
I'm having a hard time understanding where this actually is. You want to put
Yeah.
a circle around some of these on near map that identify where some of these drawings are posted?
Sure. If we can go back to that original drawing, for the overlay on the GIS map, that would probably be the best way. I think that first overview that you had, Charlotte. If we go back, I think it's 4 slides.
I can also do near map as well,
Yeah,
Tom, but
put
yeah,
up
this
near
is
map,
the,
Charlotte, I can't even tell which house we're talking about here.
okay.
You didn't lay down a pin on the
Oh, I didn't?
on 15 nickel, so I really don't know what I'm looking at here.
Okay.
Sorry, forgot to mark this one up, but yeah, you can see where the driveway is. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, this is really bad because I'm not even on Nichols Road here. It says 15 Nichols Road is your project.
That's correct. 15 Nichols Road.
No, I'm talking to Charlotte. It's not even showing it's not, what I'm looking at when I clicked on Nichols Road, it doesn't even show Nichols Road.
that's weird. This is the map that
For your project.
yeah, it's,
Just,
this is the one that I made.
Well,
Tom, just do a search on 15 Nichols Road and it pops right into view.
yeah, I know I can do that, but the project says 15 Nichols Road and it takes you to completely across straight Little Harbor to Beach Street.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
And hash it out after. Let's
Okay.
let's just
Steve, are you on it there?
I'm on it, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
so
That's what I
my
need.
question is the cross section of the engineered surface that you showed, is your intent to replace the gravel with all that, and then the corner, the 160 square feet of impermeable would be like an asphalt just in front of the driveway? Is that what you're proposing?
Right, Chris, what it would be is you can see the white car in the photo that's up there now. Are you seeing the same thing that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
At the back end of that car is 2 garage doors. It's in this corner here just to prevent, we're talking basically a 10-foot, piece that's going to go the length of the garage door and out 6 or so feet. That's where that one impermeable piece is, just to keep the water from coming back at the house, so it doesn't undermine the foundation. And again, you can see a good cross section of, the driveway and how close it is to where that car is about the closest part of the end of the driveway that we put in there. We would rip out the material that's here to put in the crushed stone to make it permeable. So we do basically a remove and replace. And in doing so, we wouldn't stockpile anything on site. It would all go directly into a truck and come back with the proper base that we'd need for the substructure.
And then the rest of the layers would be applied to that circular drive around, that layered kind of system that you were showing?
That is correct. So we take what's there and we just make sure the slope, so we collect all the water and it's a slow progression from the car to Nichols Road. And we're changing just the pavers from the crushed stone to pavers for the aesthetic piece, but the substructure will be far superior for runoff in this area to keep everything in that area itself.
Do we have any supporting, Charlotte, is there anything supporting like the drainage? You know, what are the drainage rates? Like, are there any rates for that?
So the project, the way it's proposed right now, it doesn't require a stormwater permit. It's not hitting that 5,000 square foot land alteration threshold. So in terms of a runoff curve number, I would imagine, obviously it would be different from the current conditions. I'm just not sure what that would be. I can try to find what the paver curve numbers would be, like permeable pavers, but I don't
It's
know
all
about.
right. I was just asking if there was anything already provided.
Definitely not 98. I know that's the answer. I just don't know what the specific answer is. 98 is impervious.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the larger question is, where does it go? Sorry, I was totally lost there for a while, and so I missed part of the discussion while trying to find the proper house we were talking about, residence. So could you go over again where this water from the driveway is going to go?
Right, it's basically going to be held in place as far as it's going to percolate down through the driveway, much like it does currently. The only difference is it'll have a filter fabric on the bottom of it with the 3/4 stone, and then you'd have a bedding layer and this piece of drive grid a little bit lower between the open graded base and the bedding layer to give it structure. And then the pavers would have the water flow down into that sub base to make sure that nothing leaves the site. So it's just similar to a grass or lawn area, but it slows down the, any runoff, and also, will purify any waters by going through those layers and the fabric itself.
So what are the spaces between the pavers like? Are they tight, or is there a space between them that, and if so, what's that space filled with?
Right, that space is filled with a chip stone, which is the same bedding stone. So those two would be enough to support. There's an extra gapping on the paver itself to widen the gap, so that it allows the water to go through it and not run off. So it's not going to be what do you call a non-pervious. It's going to be able to, leach that water through. So it will have the gapping capacity to do that.
Well, and so which direction is this sloped, the driveway sloped towards?
Right, it will be sloped from where that white car is to Nichols Road and just slightly away from the house. Nothing going into the lawn area to the right, everything just stay in that sort of almost what you see is what you get. So nothing's going anywhere but where it needs to be in that one area.
So the slope is away from Little Harbor?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
And John, you mentioned when you submitted this that you were obviously maintaining existing grade. You're not restructuring, re-engineering, or channeling or relocating stormwater, right? You're kind of just working with existing grade away from the home and towards Nichols Road.
That is correct. If there's any deviation to that, let's say the garage height's at 120, and as we get to Nichols Road, we want to be at, let's say it's, we'll slow that grade down. So we're only at like maybe 124, 125. So it's a small grade, but everything goes away. And if there's a high spot in the driveway currently, that'll be corrected. But other than that, there's no proposed change in grade per se.
Okay.
Steve, any questions?
I assume the pavers themselves are impervious, and it's just the gap between them look like they're hexagonal with an open space between each paver.
Right, the pavers themselves, the actual unit itself is a concrete 5,000 pound.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a hexagonal paver. It's actually going to be a Tribeca cobble. But it will have a sort of a dimpled surface to it. This was just a piece. I didn't have the other paver to put on it.
Okay.
From a file, but the paver is actually, they're on site now, a sample thereof. But the paver itself will be a sort of if you can figure an oversized cobble with, a quarter to half inch gap. Well, it's probably closer to a little over a quarter-inch gap in between them. So any water that gets on the driveway will go into those gaps and won't run off.
I see.
So those pavers are crowned essentially to run the water directly to each of their margins. Is that correct?
Right. The way this paver is designed, is the stamping piece to it is sort of it's an undulating surface to it. It's like similar to a cobble to give that sort of appearance of a cobble, but it does have an edge to it that will drop in. So each one of those gaps will direct water from the top to those areas.
Okay.
Anything else, Steve?
No, that's the other question I had so far.
Kathy, any questions, comments?
Yes, I have a question. You said that when the water goes through the pavers, that it filters the water, but it also filters other stuff. And I imagine that stays in a certain area in that block, since it's filtering it. So does that ever fill up with stuff and then impede the flow of water that comes after that? I don't know, I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. In other words, is there a maintenance plan required for this type of engineered system?
Right. With this itself, as far as the only thing that is usually a maintenance piece to this would be replacing the joint chipstone that's in between the actual top of the pavers. And that would be vacuuming those out. So let's say, for example, the car came off the road and brought road sand onto the pavers. That might clog the opening on the top. The only thing that you have to make sure is that it's clean on the top to get down in. It won't go past the paver itself. It'll be clogged at that point as far as sand and other grit and debris. And that's why periodic maintenance, depending on how much usage and traffic activities there, where it's a driveway, it shouldn't have a whole lot. So we just vacuum out the top joint and then we'd replace that with the same like material. That would be the only maintenance piece to it.
Okay.
So I think it's a good question because like for a permeable asphalt application, if a project proposed that, we would look for a condition that included a maintenance plan with a bit more definition to the periods of when it needs to be done and how often it will be done.
Right. On this application, the pores are a lot bigger than on the asphalt application by design. So this would probably be maybe a 2-year thing. Every 2 years we take a look. We can monitor it on a yearly basis. It's not a problem. We actually do maintenance on the site as well, our company. So we're actually on site on a weekly basis to be able to, if we need to take a look at that, we can. And then as far as, I wouldn't expect to have to vacuum the joints on this probably until at least a 2-year mark from after its installation. And again, that's all going to be dependent on use. If there's a lot of, traffic coming in and out of the driveway, which I don't expect, I think the house is gas, so there's no oil trucks or anything like that. So it's basically just delivery vans for Amazon and personal vehicles. So I can't imagine the maintenance is going to be as trying as it would be, say, in a parking lot or a small right of way or something of that nature.
Could you, is there a map of the under drain network? I presume it's a network, and where it discharges?
It actually discharges into the base. There's no real under drain to it. It's supposed to, the way this one's designed is so it just permeates through, has the reserve capability of the open graded stone beneath it. And then it just flows into that and will percolate naturally through the soil. It's not going to be an outflow where there's, if we have a 100-year event, we need a second retention or detention basin for it to go in. The only reason for putting the drain in was just where there's no gutters on the house, just to get the water from there into the base. Instead of having it go surface wise, it goes subsurface, you know, in that small non-permeable piece that we're proposing by the 2 garage doors.
So the roof is going to drain into this system?
Well, the roof won't by chance. What's going to happen is the roof water is going to come down. It's going to hit the pavers and will get percolated through the pavers. So there's no backlog into the garage basement where they have a finished basement. We're just proposing a channel drain to keep that water that might come in down as an excessive piece from getting into the garage. So most of it will be on the slope and going through the permeable process of the natural paver from the surface, rather than anything subsurface other than what the extra affluent might be from the water based on the rain event that might be going on. And all that's doing is moving it from, let's say, 5 feet from the house to 15 feet from the house in the middle of the driveway where that medallion that you saw on the overhead in that area there. So there'd still be another 10 feet of crushed stone all around that to get to the grass line.
Okay, thanks.
Sanji, any questions or comments?
Sorry, it's just getting on mute. No, no questions or comments.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to pull up the maps again to look at the rest of the work, or did Pete, we still have questions with the
Let's,
drive?
yeah, before we just move, let's just go one by one. One additional question for the driveway.
Mhm.
Was there, I'm just, the drainage onto from the roof, from the roof drains onto the driveway as is, that's how it's currently designed?
Correct. Right now, the roof just, whatever water comes down, hits the ground and goes whatever direction the driveway sloped at, which should be to sort of that right front corner toward going from the house to Nichols Road. All we're doing is
It's here.
Go ahead. Yeah, no worries. The drains on there, I guess my only question is like, was this originally, was there a stormwater plan originally incorporating the driveway as is for the roof area to drain onto, including the driveway? And should that be a consideration, Charlotte? Is there anything there like we should be considering?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure, John, if you know how old the house is, but I can do a quick search on my permit records and see if 15 Nichols Road comes up for stormwater. Our
Right.
stormwater bylaw was like, like 2006, 7, something like that. So if it's older than that, I'm not sure if a stormwater maintenance plan is incorporated, but let me just check our records real quick.
Right. I think the house predates that by another 20 plus. Yeah, the house goes back to the turn of the century, but so,
Mhm.
And it's a carriage house that they bought and remodeled back, I want to say, the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So I would guess that there was no stormwater piece to it.
Okay. That's fine, Charlotte. I'm good moving
Okay.
on to the next piece then.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not seeing anything for 15, just really quickly, but yeah, now I'm into the, okay. I'm coming up to like 2021. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything for 15 for stormwater. Okay. So do you want me to pull the application back up, John, and then go back to the maps as needed?
We can, if that's more comfortable for the committee to take a look at.
I can switch back and forth.
Sure. Okay. The area that we're looking at, again, we could see Little Harbor from this bed area that's on the right, between sort of the tree to the right of the shed coming back up, is where the proposed grill area, small patio, which would be, again, be a permeable patio, and a retaining wall and pergola. You know, when I say retaining wall, it's built into the raised hillside, so it's only, the hillside exists right now. It's just a matter of putting a vertical structure on in front of it, and then putting the pergola into that to get the blockage. And this is actually part of the footing detail here, where we're going to do drilling sonotubes and connecting a concrete pad with rebar, so that we're not taking out any of the trees, and anything that's close to the trees and root zone. We're going to, if we get into something big, we may have to implement a tool called an air spade, which we've used, and it just is basically compressed air that blows the dirt away from the roots to try to protect as much of it as possible. But we're looking to make sure both trees survive, and we'll be drilling accordingly for the base for that. Again, this would be a drill down on probably a small track machine that would come up on the side of the existing lawn area from the front, and we'd core our holes and then set up the base, and then just build the wall and this proposed patio, you know, to the right of the shed. And there's the pergola and all this structure is to protect sort of the privacy on the hillside. And here's a quick brief sketch of sort of the grill on the left with some storage, and the pergola that would come up the top, that would be, you know, giving some screening, and also some vine that would probably grow on that. That hasn't been determined what would put on it for a vine, or, you know, whether it's a hydrangea or something of that nature, just to help fill in that area as a green screen as well. So this is sort of the next phase of the project they'd like to, you know, implement on the site.
So is that within the 50-foot buffer?
This one's actually a little bit, it's more probably between 75. This is one of the furthest away. The fire pit's going to be to the down slope to this. So this is the furthest one. This is almost, this will be as close to the property line on the uphill side away from Little Harbor as we can get on this site. This is where this project is.
Can you go back to the pad?
Sure.
What are the dimensions of the pad?
The pad, again, depending on the size of we haven't determined the width yet. But generally speaking, it's a 6-inch pad with reinforced rebar, 8-inch sonotubes that go down in to about a 2-foot maximum, depending on what we run into. And then we'll connect that, and then we'll put just a cinder block and then veneer that as far as the island surround and the supports for the pergola.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I was talking more about the angular structure that you showed above.
Oh, the actual pergola itself?
Yeah.
Okay, if we go, I'm trying to think, I think it's down, is it up one, Charlotte, or down one? Right here, this is the one I think Chris is talking about, the one you just went by. This one here, Chris?
You know, this is really hard to grasp here. Hand-drawn stuff. And I don't see a shed on this property.
Oh, we just went.
Charlotte, it was
Charlotte,
like
could you circle where
it's
that
like
shed
the
is?
right
please?
angle piece.
Mm-hmm. Is it? Yeah, this is it, right?
Right,
Isn't
that's
this
the shed that's on the property. It exists.
Yeah, but on near map, Charlotte, would you show that where it is? I mean, I can't visualize any of this stuff with
Okay.
this sketch. And you know, it reminds me that whenever we're looking at this stuff, we do require a proper engineering drawing to scale and a stamp and all that. And here we're looking at a napkin that somebody sketched in a bar. This is really inappropriate.
Right. This area, Tom, that we're looking at is on, if you are looking at the overview here, the left-hand end of the house, you'll see a tree grouping.
Okay,
It's in between that tree grouping. The shed is underneath the tree on the right. It's not shown in this picture, but you can see,
okay.
actually, it's just, you can actually, I think we just got close enough. Let's see, Charlotte just went back. Let's see.
Okay, so where's the pergola gonna propose to be?
Right, that'll be built in the wall that would be between the two trees on the uphill side from the
Right, these
round.
two?
Right, correct. These, nope, yeah, those two right there, Charlotte.
So it looks to be
whoops.
outside the 50, Charlotte. Is that correct?
Mhm. Yeah, I think that the work for the driveway is definitely in the 50 and partially in the floodplain. At least when I looked at it with John, the fire pit work appears to be outside of the 50-foot buffer.
Do we have a current wetlands delineation here?
Not for this site. So for RDAs, it's the commission's call, but it's not typically required under our bylaws, but yeah.
Right. So all of this stuff is close enough to Little Harbor that I'm not comfortable unless there is a wetlands delineation here and an NOI. We're in the 50, we're in the 100. We don't have engineering drawings here. It's all very vague. And I would like to see a more formal presentation of this, actually.
Okay. Anyone else, do you care to make a motion, or does anyone else have a comment? Steve, Kathy, Sanji?
Then I'll make a motion to issue a positive determination for the RDA, which
Hold
means
on.
means an NOI, right, Charlotte?
Yeah, you just have to get the number. So let's see.
Just to understand, like, it's a driveway and a pergola and a patio, like, do we have a common standard on how much a homeowner should spend on engineering for projects like this?
No,
So for NOIs, for our regs, this is not for stormwater, by the way, this is just for NOIs. The requirement for a notice of intent is it has to be by an engineer or an appropriate professional. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an engineer for an NOI, but obviously if this had triggered the stormwater bylaw, that would be a different story where it has to come from an engineer. But professionally developed plans are required for NOIs. They are not required necessarily for RDAs.
So yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So basically by making a positive determination, we're voting to have the homeowner build a set of engineering plans professionally.
Not necessarily engineering, but yes, professionally developed plans, yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Tom, back to your positive, it would be, so for the work is within an area subject to jurisdiction under the act, and the work is also in a buffer zone, it would be +3, +4, and then looks like +5 as well for saying that the work is also subject to review under the bylaw. So +3, 4, and 5.
okay, so I move that we issue a positive 3, 4, and 5 for RDA 25-5, 15 Nichols Road.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Okay, with a motion and a second, I will take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell, Steve, you might be muted.
So
come
I,
back to
so I was, Steve Magdalene.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, nay.
Chris McIntyre, aye. Vote passes 4-1. I think we'd like to see a little bit more detail here, as
Okay.
explained. I think if you could provide for my benefit, perhaps some more detail on that system for the driveway and some Charlie, is this gonna now require wetlands delineation, or they have, what's the
For an NOI, you'd want to see wetland delineations on the plans. It would be the
Mhm.
commission's discretion of whether or not you'd want to see current or older if there was a previous permit. But usually we want to see new delineations for NOIs.
so probably want to see a delineation. If there's a recent one, sometimes the neighbors may have one in that area, or maybe the owner does.
I mean, this one's pretty straightforward. We're looking, you can clearly see the margins of Little Harbor. I think that just a careful drawing that was scaled properly, that'd be sufficient for me.
Okay.
I mean, it's not, we're not talking about hydric soils and the like here. We're really talking about, well, perhaps coastal bank. If we had a topographic map, that would probably help here.
Yeah, if you have any questions for the applicant or anyone else, follow up with Charlotte. I think she can guide you in terms of what we'll be looking for an NOI.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, appreciate the time.
Thanks, Jen.
So we'll close the RDA 25-05 and we'll look for an NOI for that. Next we have a hearing continued from May 1st, 2025 for NOI 25-09 and stormwater permit 25-06 for Pond Street sidewalk project from the town of Cohasset. I believe in our previous hearing, the commission overall supported the installation of the sidewalk, but we were looking for some clarifications in terms of all alternatives to the placement on the wetland side and some revisions to the plan, some added detail. Charlotte, do you have anyone you can promote for this one?
Hi, Brian. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, everyone.
Hello.
Jeff Bassett here with Morse Engineering. And I see Brian Joyce is on the call as well, the town engineer. And if, I'm not sure if Jay Pimpere is joining with the sidewalk committee, but if he is, if you could promote him.
Yeah, I don't see him unless he's calling in. So Jay, if you're in the audience, raise your hand and I can promote you.
Okay. All right. So this is, again, a continued hearing. We submitted an NOI and a stormwater permit for a sidewalk. The sidewalk is being proposed on Pond Street, this being the portion to the west of 3A, extending up to King Street. And as we mentioned in the last hearing, the sidewalk committee supports the project with a letter as well as the select board. And that's because it's a truly critical area. It connects to the sidewalk on the opposite side of 3A that extends to the middle school and to the high school and beyond towards downtown. And to give you a very quick overview of the design, it's a 4-foot wide sidewalk. We can do a 4-foot wide if we have 5-foot wide passing zones every 200 feet or less. And we provided you with 2 cross sections. When we're outside of the wetland buffer area, we're providing a grass strip between the side of the road and the sidewalk. But where you get closer to the wetland, we're doing a tight cross section, keeping all the work right on the shoulder of the road by eliminating that grass strip and doing a vertical granite curb. We also designed it with a 2% cross pitch back towards the road. That way, anything landing on the sidewalk goes back towards the road, where we're proposing stormwater improvements to improve the treatment of the runoff going into the wetland. There's one alteration area. It's 105 square feet. and it's only associated with the stormwater improvements, not necessarily the sidewalk itself. So since the last meeting, the last meeting we spoke quite a bit about alternatives, and as a result, we expanded our narrative included in the NOI to include alternatives. And those alternatives we discussed were, location of it. It's really not practical for safety or due to obstructions to put the sidewalk on the northerly side of the road. And we also looked into other options for treatment of the stormwater. And ultimately, we'd already gone through all of these options. We've been discussing this project for several months now, going back to last fall with multiple meetings and site visits. So we do feel that we have the best project in front of you as far as, providing safe access and minimal, if any, impact on the wetlands. In fact, we've designed it in such a way that we feel it'll be an improvement to the wetlands with the additional treatment. The plan change that we made is that we have provided more detail on the replication area. On sheet number 2, we now have notes and a planting table for that replication area. So with that,
Sorry, Jeff.
Yep, go ahead, Chris.
I don't know if Jeff or Charlotte wants to share.
Oh, I can share that.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're proposing, this is the storm scepter particle separator with an outlet to riprap to prevent erosion. And you can see the outlet of that is in the wetland buffer with some grading as well. It's 105 square feet, and we're providing a 2-to-1 replication area right here, the area shown in green, as well as lowering the grade to provide compensatory storage because the area is mapped as a floodplain. And what we've added is we were showing the individual plantings here and notes with, essentially we're proposing 6 trees, 4 herbaceous ferns, and 6 shrubs, as well as the area will be planted with a seed mix, both the side slopes and the bottom.
Jeff, the sidewalk itself, the majority of it, will it be on existing asphalt, or will that be going on kind of developed portions of the wetland?
The sidewalk is going immediately adjacent to the road, so it's in an area that is, clearly historic fill, but not into the wetland itself. It's in the buffer zone.
Mm-hmm. And the plan includes now restoring the rain gardens in that region. Is that correct?
Yeah, we looked into that, and there are 4 rain gardens at the intersection of 3A and Pond Street that, they're not shown on the plan, but they could certainly, at least 2 of them are off-site beyond the plan view, but it could certainly be a condition if you wish that those be restored as part of this project.
Yeah, my concern here is just that historically Peppermint Brook subwatershed was kind of flagged as one of the main sources of human and just sediment and nutrient loading to Lily Pond. So, and also I believe that if any rain gardens are restored to their kind of functional state, that Woodard and Curran owns maintaining them as part of their contract. That was previously in their last contract. I think it's been renewed since last year, but
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly, I'm in complete agreement that they should be, restored, and it's an important critical area. That I'm not sure who would be funding that, but I don't think it's that big of a project either.
Yeah, the rain gardens, as we're looking at the plan right now, there are 2. There's one across the street from where the sidewalk is being proposed. We could restore that one. There's one on the 3A portion of the corner. And the other two are off the page here on the opposite side of the street. And I'll talk with DOT. I have a meeting next week so there are two projects related to the sidewalk, and I think they've been before you. One for the ADA improvements at the intersection of Pond and 3A that we're tying our sidewalk system into. And we'll just need to make sure that those improvements are not impacting those rain garden areas, and we can restore them, adjacent to those.
Okay, good. And just for clarity, the obstructions on the opposite side of the street we have, looks like up to 3 trees there. That's where the utility poles are. So where the hydrants are as well.
Yeah, you have 7 utility poles that would have to be moved, a couple trees as a fence. The hydrant, there's likely a hydrant. I'm not seeing it right here, but maybe it's further up the street. But the water service is on that side of the road, so I would suspect there'd be a hydrant as well, at least one.
Yeah. Right. Well, for my part, the rain garden restoration would be important to me. I'd be looking for some, I wouldn't just want a nod and a handshake. I think we'd want some sort of timeline in terms of the restoration. And I think I'd be good with that, but I'd pass it on to the next commissioner for any questions or comments. Tom?
No comment.
Steve?
Okay, no comments.
Kathy?
Just that I believe also it's important to restore it.
Sanji?
Same here, but no comments.
Thank you. Good. Any questions here from the audience? I know there were a few last time, Charlotte.
I'm not seeing any right now. I don't see any hands raised right now.
And do you have anything to add since the last hearing?
You mean like additional things or like conditions?
Or any, well, before the conditions.
Yeah, just in terms of refreshing the commission's memory and also clarifying some of the variances. So there's technically 3 variances with this project. One would obviously be work within the 50-foot buffer. Another one would be, I talked about this with, I think either Jeff and or Paul Gunn. So for the resource area replication, so BVW, they are matching our 2-to-1 requirement. I think they're going a little bit above that for bordering land subject to flooding in terms of replicating the flood storage capacity, which is like, I think a little bit further up on this plan. They can't exactly meet the 2-to-1, but they're pretty close. So I just had them for, technical purposes to modify the, include a variance for that as well. And then we kind of, looking at the language in our regs, I think we can interpret that for specifically for bordering land subject to flooding, it would be more of the capacity and not the exact square footage, I believe, Jeff, if that's correct. So instead of like a square footage 2-to-1 requirement, we're kind of looking at the, capacity and area. So they have submitted. Yeah. So they submitted a variance for that. And then the third variance would actually it's a waiver request would be under the stormwater regs and bylaws. The current design does not exactly meet standards 2 and 3, but under our regs, and I believe under the stormwater standards as well, you can also request a waiver for that to the maximum extent practicable, which I think Jeff and Brian had previously clarified that they are trying to do to the maximum extent practicable. So the runoff curve, rate, volume, and recharge cannot exactly be fully met in the designs and limit of work, but they have met that to the maximum extent practicable. Sorry to sound repetitive. Yeah, so those 3 variances would be to work in the 50, a variance for not exactly meeting the full 2-to-1 requirement for bordering land subject to flooding and flood storage capacity area rather than square footage, and then for asking for a waiver under the stormwater bylaw and standards for standards 2 and 3. So they did clarify all that in their revised documents, by the way. Sorry.
And do you have, did you happen
Mhm.
to draft some?
I did, but
Questions?
before I pull them up, Brian, I'm sorry I sent them to you last minute, but did you have any comments on those or?
Did you send those today or this
Yeah,
afternoon?
sorry,
Yeah,
I sent
no,
them
I-
this afternoon. No, okay. Yeah, sorry, it was,
no
I
comment.
was drafting them last minute. But I can pull those up, I guess, Mr. Chair, if you're ready to
Yes,
look at them.
please.
Okay.
Yep. Should I make a motion first, or should I wait until we agree on the conditions?
I
Yeah.
think there's a certain way to, Valerio, right before he left, actually said he said we're supposed to close the public meeting first and then vote to make a motion. So I guess we can definitely do it that way, but it's up to you guys. You guys have usually done the motion and the same thing of I vote to close the public hearing and issue a, permit, blah, blah, blah. So
Sorry, so I make a motion now?
it's up to you. I mean, Valerio recently mentioned that before he left. He said we should technically be closing the public hearings first and then voting on the permits. But you guys have always done it in the same motion where you're voting to close the public hearing and issuing a permit.
I feel like we should review, well, all right. You sent the conditions.
Yeah, they're in OneDrive and I can pull them up as well.
Well, yeah, since you sent them for review and it doesn't sound like you reviewed them, let's review them.
Okay. Sorry, they're a little marked up,
Yeah.
but some of these, Jeff, may seem familiar to you. And Brian, just to clarify, a lot of these conditions are modeled after other permits with similar, project components. So zooming in a little bit, and this would be for the order conditions and for the stormwater permit. That's why you see that. So this order permit shall be contingent upon applicant obtaining all their required state, local permits from other boards and permitting authorities. No site construction work shall occur until all other applicable permits and approvals have been obtained. All changes to the plans from any other required state and local board reviews and permitting authorities shall be submitted to the Conservation Commission in writing as part of an amended or new notice of intent stormwater permit. No revised site work or changes are allowed to begin until the commission reviews all subsequent changes to the plan. So that's pretty standard, and that will be added to our template. Copies of all required state and/or federal permits, including a copy of the finalized stormwater prevention pollution plan, shall be submitted to the Conservation Commission. Brian, we only need a 401. We don't need an EPA construction permit with a stormwater pollution plan, do we? I don't think we're altering more than an acre, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, sorry, muted.
Yeah, we're definitely not altering an acre.
Okay. I'll just say the copies of all state and federal permits shall be submitted, and that's pretty standard. And then I tried to break this up chronologically so I can go through each component. But prior to any site work, under this order permit, the following should be completed. The project limit of work shall be staked and inspected by the agent prior to construction. That's typical. And then for tree stuff, highlighted in blue is stuff I was kind of looking for input on. Sorry, Brian, I sent it to you last minute. All trees proposed to remain within the limit and just outside the limit of work shall be marked with green ribbon or similar material. All trees proposed to be removed within the limit of work shall be marked with red ribbon or similar material and be evaluated by agent, contractor, DPW, tree foreman, and engineer. So basically doing a site walk as part of our pre-construction visit and just making sure we understand all the stuff that's supposed to come out in the limit of work or stay. Any necessary tree protection barriers around the trees to remain shall be installed at the direction of the agent and the tree foreman. So I didn't know if you wanted Chris Murray involved in this, Brian, or not, or if it's okay with just you and me doing it. So I just didn't want to leave him out.
Yeah, I mean,
We did
it could
something
be,
similar to Sawyer Street, so.
Sure, all three of us would be fine. I mean, there's
Okay.
6 trees that Jeff proposed and the 4 shrubs, so we can walk through and figure out.
Okay. Yeah, we did something similar for Sawyer Street. That's kind of why I wrote that up that way. Okay, so after initial site clearing but prior to construction of sidewalk under the order permit, the following shall be completed. So all erosion controls shall be installed and inspected by the agent prior to sidewalk construction, including controls around the proposed replication areas. The reason why I did it this way is because if you see on the plans, some of the work does involve clearing some of the vegetation a little bit to install the limit of the erosion controls at the limit of work. So you can't really install the barriers in the wooded areas as much. I mean, you can, it's just more difficult and it might get damaged with clearing. So we have done it this way unless the commission is uncomfortable with that. I can always push this sub condition up to prior to any site work. And then the proposed boarding vegetated wetland and compensatory flood storage for boarding land subject to flooding replication areas shall be staked by the professional land surveyor and inspected by the agent and professional wetland scientist prior to construction. The first section of this condition is actually in the site plans. And then I just added inspected by agent. And then Brian, typically with replication, with wetlands replication, we do in most, I haven't done this without a professional wetland scientist, so I didn't know what the town's plans were to retain or use the wetland scientist. I think it was John Zimmer who flagged the wetlands, but usually for replication, we kind of need a wetland scientist to inspect it and make sure it's all done correctly.
Yeah, we've used John before on a couple of
Okay.
them.
Okay, so we can keep him for this?
Yes.
I'd be uncomfortable if we couldn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then during construction, so yeah, kind of moving along chronologically, during site construction under this order permit, the following shall be completed. So I'll defer to Brian and the commission on this one. The proposed replication areas for BVW and BLSF shall be dug out and inspected by the agent and wetland scientist prior to planting and installation of the seed mix. Then the replication areas shall be fully installed, planted, and inspected by the agent and scientist prior to final paving. So I don't know if the commission or applicants have a particular preference, but that is common with, from what I've seen with other towns. Some towns or conservation commissions usually want replication areas done first, or at least partially done first, so that you can establish those areas before you start everything. But I don't know within the limit of work if that's feasible. So that's why I kind of highlighted that one.
I mean, I'd prefer to stake it
Stake it?
and make sure it's protected and not touched, but have paving and everything done and then go back and restore the areas. That way there's less of a chance of impacts from construction.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Chair, do you want me to just take out this? This would just be the timing. So basically just saying it's all supposed to be dug out and inspected by me and the wetland scientist prior to planting and installation of the seed mix, and then also inspected after it's planted. We just would take out the prior to final paving part.
Okay. And I don't think that, I don't see an issue with that.
Okay. Okay. And then all instructions specified in the site plans for the BVW and BLSF replication areas shall be followed as part of this order permit. Morse had included a very nice step-by-step instructions in the plan, so I just wanted to put that into the order without copying and pasting it all. And if any, this was from the Story Street project, so I can take it or leave it. It's up to you guys. If any unsafe conditions arise due to project area constraints, the town of Cohasset is required and allowed to install a guardrail. That was a part of the Story Street. I just don't know if that's applicable here, but figured I'd try to be consistent.
Yeah, it's not required here. The grade doesn't require it.
Okay, so do we want to keep it or take it out? What do you think?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a code requirement if we have a
Mhm.
a 3-foot drop within 10 feet horizontally. So it's yeah, it's redundant. That you can leave it in or take it out.
Okay, Mr. Chair, any preference or commissioners?
I think it matters. If it's required, it's required. It's 3 feet. Just note maybe that per code, if it. We wouldn't put
Okay.
a guardrail on for unless it met the requirements of the code. Basically.
Yeah, we have as necessary, so if you want to just keep it and it's just not applicable here, I mean, you can, yeah,
All right.
Okay, so just leave it in here. And then this is the trickiest one. So obviously I didn't know how the commission wanted to kind of go about this, but just keeping in mind that, as you know, there's a lot of moving components here. So within blank years after final construction of the sidewalk under this order permit, the following shall be completed. We had a similar condition for Sawyer Street here. That's why I just figured I'd just be consistent. So any trees initially proposed to remain but found that they need to be removed during construction due to extensive root damage from excavation shall be replaced at least 1-to-1, either within the limit of work or somewhere appropriate in town at a location acceptable to the tree foreman and agent. All replacement trees shall be native, come from commission's approved list. Deciduous trees shall be at least 2 inches in caliber. Coniferous trees shall be at least 6 to 8 feet. So this would just be if we find from overdig and whatever that if anything is damaged, it's just a condition to just work on replacing those, either if you can't do it within the limit of work or doing it elsewhere. We had a similar condition for Sawyer Street. And then if any trees on the abutting properties are found to be damaged and or need to be removed for safety reasons, the town shall coordinate replacing those trees with the abutting property owners. So again, we had a similar condition on Sawyer Street, just being so close to property lines with the town right away limit of work. We had a safety condition in there as well, just in case anybody's trees got damaged. An as-built site plan and with a request for certificate of compliance shall be submitted by the engineer to the commission and any other applicable local, state, federal permitting authorities as applicable. So just kind of clarifying, I don't know, usually we have this condition already built in, but I didn't know if the commission wanted that within a certain time. And then initial completion report for BVW BLSF replication area shall be submitted by the wetland scientist to the commission and may be submitted with the as-built and COC request. This is typical for replication projects for wetlands that we want to see an initial completion report. So that's why I put that in there. And then I had this question marked because I didn't know what the commission was going to say, but in terms of reinstalling the 2 destroyed / failed rain gardens at the intersection of Pond and 3A, I don't know how you guys would want to word that, but I put it in there. And then the town of Cohasset shall include a wetlands maintenance program for BLSF and BVW replication areas and wetlands on abutting properties in coordination with CCT to remove any trash and debris from wetlands. So we had a similar condition for Sawyer Street. I just modified it just to kind of, periodically check for trash in the replication areas. And then if any trash blows over into the wetlands closest to the town right away. So these are all highlighted. I know that requires a lot of input from you guys, so I'll pause here. But
All right.
yeah.
Thank you. That was
Yeah, sorry, there's more, but I'll pause here.
I think for the tree replacement and the root damage, or just whatever time frame we did for Sawyer Street, just
We didn't really have a time frame.
all right. Well, how long does it take a tree to die from root damage?
I'm not sure. It could be instantly, it could be over several years. I think it depends.
I think 3 years is our standard for trees to survive that are planted. So 3 years would make sense to have it for
Okay.
long,
So just making sure that nothing dies in 3 years.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense to me. For that kind of covers A and B. Initial completion. Sorry. Yeah. That's built. Right. And then I thought we were talking 4 rain gardens at the intersection, no?
Oh, well, there's 4 total, but I think, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, only 2 may need to be restored. Are the other 2 still functioning?
There are 2 on Pond Street in this vicinity. The other 2 are on 3A in the DOT zone. So we need to coordinate with them and
Okay. So should we say repair or reinstall the 4 rain gardens? Or
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the 2 certainly, and then if possible, I don't know what coordination with the DOT looks like, but that, like I said, I mean, that area there's 4 there for a reason. They put 4 there because that's a critical kind of point for that little brook. It feeds directly into Lily Pond. So that was the town spent a lot of money trying to put those in. Unfortunately, they weren't maintained, but again, if they're restored, the water department's supposed to maintain them going forward. So I would say let's take this opportunity to try to get them restored. And I would say at least the 2 that are within the project limits, we should
Oh, sorry. What was that, Chris?
at least the two on the Pond Street. Yeah, the Pond Street side should be done within. I don't know. What's a reasonable time frame? During at the end of the project or within.
Yeah, I mean, I think those two we could hit this construction season.
Okay.
The other two, again, we'd have to coordinate with the schedule on what DOT is doing out there and you know, their disruption. So
Okay. So what do you think, Brian, for the Pond Street ones, if we're going to prioritize those?
you can put 12 months,
Okay.
year, whatever, and then I think it's feasible to get those two done this construction season along with the rest of the work.
Okay.
The other two are just a little out of our control schedule
Yeah.
wise and ownership wise, so it'll take a little more coordination.
Does that sound okay, Chris and Brian? Or Commission?
Good to me. Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. And then does this sound okay to just have some sort of general maintenance program for just cleaning trash out of the replication areas and any abutting wetlands?
Theoretically.
I don't have to list CCT out. I could just say with property owners if we want to be safer. But yeah, I mean, their parcel abuts the right of way for the wetlands.
Yeah. No, I was more looking at periodically as just kind of vague.
Okay.
Annually.
Okay. Annual?
Yeah,
Is that typical for what we do, Brian?
yeah, I mean, the water department just last week went around basically Lily Pond and surrounding areas and filled
Okay.
a front end loader with trash. So I think we can
Okay.
include this area. They may have already done it.
Okay. And do we want to call them out specifically or just say with abutting property owners?
Yeah, property owners, I think.
Okay.
Problem.
Okay. So actually, I'm going to move this one if it's okay with you guys. Usually we get this, you know, by the time the plantings are done, we usually get it by the end of that year. So if that's okay, I can specify by the end of whatever year of completion, if that's okay. Because that would just mean John Zimmer would just go out to the site and confirm all the plantings. So, and then he would just have a report for that.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Okay, but I guess is everyone okay with these? I'm gonna write unless otherwise specified, just so that we don't. Does this sound okay? All these other highlighted conditions before I keep going?
Yep.
Okay. And then getting to the end here, upon completion of the sidewalk under the sort of permit following shall be completed. The replication area shall be monitored for at least 3 years following installation. This is a standard period of monitoring for replication restoration projects. Any invasive species found to be growing in the area shall be removed by hand. Any plants that do not survive shall be replaced. And then this is again typical for replication and restoration plans. Annual monitoring reports on the status of the replication area shall be submitted by the wetland scientists to the commission no later than December 15th of each year. We've kind of had this condition for replication and restoration projects, which is pretty standard. We've kind of copied it from wetland scientist restoration plans, just kind of implemented it. Does this sound okay? Okay.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, if it's okay to not read this whole thing, since Brian has already said it's okay to add tree foreman and professional and scientists. These are pretty standard inspections at pre-construction, pre-replication, stormwater inspection, and then final, and then any additional as needed.
Good.
Sorry, that was a lot, but
Yep,
thank you
no,
for bearing with me
we can
here.
do it. So thank you for going through that. Commissioners, any questions or comments on those conditions before we issue an order? Right. Then with that,
Just one question
Yeah.
for Charlotte. Do you
Yep.
issue a separate order of conditions for the stormwater permit and for the notice of intent?
Sorry, yeah, so two separate permits. It would be an order of conditions and a stormwater permit. And then for these conditions, I would just copy and paste them into both permits, and I'll just take out order or permit as, applicable.
Okay.
thanks, Steve. Anything else, anyone? All right, then I will make an issue to approve, I will make an issue to approve NOI 25-09 and stormwater permit. Can I do them at the same time, Charlotte?
Yeah, we just need a variance, the variance request for the 3 variance requests. So it'd probably be
Got it.
best to do those separate, but if you want to issue an NOI and stormwater permit in the same motion, and if nobody opposes, I think that's fine.
I make a motion then to approve NOI 25-09 and stormwater permit 25-06 for the sidewalk project. Do I have a
And
second?
issue an order of conditions and stormwater permit for Pond Street sidewalk.
Right, with the order of conditions as previously reviewed.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Right, with that, take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magno,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Next, I'll make make a motion for a variance within the 50. Do I have to do these separately, Charlotte?
I would do the 2 NOI ones together, but then do the stormwater one separately, unless you want to do them all in the same thing, if no one opposes.
No, it's fine. I'll do them separately. I
Okay.
make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50 and for the replication requirement, the 2-to-1 requirement not being met. The second.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
With a motion is in the second, I will take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. And lastly, I make a motion for a waiver of the stormwater standards 2 and 3.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Thank you. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. Thank you. So those NOI 25-09 and stormwater permit 25-06 are approved. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good
Welcome.
night.
Appreciate it.
All right. Next we have a request to amend NOI 24-09 at 48 Lambert's Lane for removal of unhealthy trees within the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones. Charlotte, anyone to promote for this one?
Yes, a few, sorry. Give me 1 second.
you.
All right. I may have everybody, but Rick, am I missing anyone? I have Eugene, Pam, John, yourself, and I don't know if the arborist was able to call in.
He was supposed to, John Murphy, Maltby and
Um,
Company.
I don't see him unless if he's a phone number or another name.
He's probably
If you're
just
on there, could you raise your hand?
yeah, it's probably just a phone number. It ended in 5539.
Oh, there he is. Okay. And Rick or Eugene, would it be okay if you guys introduced everybody and your affiliations for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Rick Grady from Grady Consulting. We did the initial site plans on the project and the filing with the Conservation Commission for the original order of conditions. The applicants, John and Pamela Hayden, are on here as well. Eugene Maddie, their general contractor, and John Murphy, the arborist from Maltby and Company.
Great, thank
Awesome.
you. Who wants to share a plan, describe what we're talking about tonight?
I can share the plan to get things started here. And a lot of this resulted from a site walk with John Murphy, so I'm hoping he can take the majority of the lead here. We had prepared the request for the amended order. We had requested a variance from section 27 buffer zone for removal of specific trees within the 50-foot inner buffer zone due to the unhealthy nature of these trees that pose a safety hazard. John Murphy has provided a detail of each of the trees proposed to be removed, along with the reason for removal. And there was also a site sketch that was prepared based on our initial site plan. John Murphy, would you like to walk them through each of these? I'll give you an overview on the plan. Existing house located outside of the buffer zone in this area here. Septic system to the backyard. The addition, which the site work is in construction. The foundation was not poured the last time I was on site. Proposed retaining wall between the garage and the wetland resource area, just outside of the 50-foot wetland setback. Proposed rain garden in this area here on the low side of the retaining wall. So there were a few trees proposed to be removed near the 100-foot buffer zone line and adjacent to the retaining wall. So it's really just being a little bit more specific. There were a few trees removed outside of the buffer zone. A few trees in the vicinity of the rain garden. Some dead pine trees that were noted in this area here, circled in the blue or magenta. The existing driveway is right in here. There's a couple of trees along that driveway, which are posing a hazard. There's a dead tree in here, dead tree in here. I believe another dead tree here, and then another really just outside of the 100-foot buffer, and a few others outside of the 100-foot buffer as well. And each of these were outlined here. Red maple, 26-inch diameter breast height, located on the right of the driveway. Due to recent excavation near the base of the tree for a propane tank or a fuel tank.
Maybe just one thing to add there, Grady. For instance,
oh, sure.
This is a complete list of all of the site walkthrough from a tree perspective. Some, in fact, I believe, like for instance, number 1 is outside the 100-foot buffer. right? There absolutely are some that are on the retaining wall for the already approved plans for installing that wall. That's certainly the primary discussion that I think we want to have here, which is there's in particular a double leader oak that we can point out on the map that Charlotte was kind enough to do the site walkthrough. You'll see it circled in red where it says additional, not on, I can't read that from here, but not on something, not to remove yet until we talked through this.
Yeah, thank you, John. These 3 trees, so just so the commission's aware, I had a few series of site visits with Eugene and oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name, Neil, who was
Yeah,
the contractor hired to do the tree removal. Upon the pre-construction and additional site walks, unfortunately, some of the trees that were found during the site walk were not originally on the plans shown to be removed. So Grady did update those plans. And then we did an additional site walk to just confirm exactly which trees needed to come out. So in this red square that you see, additional not on original tree plan, we did, I'm sorry, not on original plan. Yeah, tree removal plan. We just had to clarify that those need to get taken out for the approved retaining wall location. And then earlier, some of the trees right outside the 100-foot buffer had been removed by the contractor. And so we kind of wanted to circle back and make sure any trees in the 100 and or the 50 were just clearly noted on the plans. And I had recommended that John work with Rick and Eugene to submit an amended notice of intent to get permission to remove out the additional trees in the 100 and the 50. Just the commission also is reminded, the original project was approved with the limit of work that it's a little hard to read right now, but if you zoom in, it's that dotted line right in front of the 50. So the original project was not given a variance. And so with this amended notice of intent request, John and Pam have submitted a variance request that Rick helped put together for the work to remove some of the trees within the 50.
Correct. Thank you so much, Charlotte. And so I think the 2 things that we're trying to approach the commission in clarity on are the 4 trees that are right there on the wall that she clearly talked about, and then there are 2 trees that are on the existing driveway, one of which is dead and just a stump and presents a safety hazard in terms of blocking the driveway, and the other one also a safety hazard in terms of blocking the driveway should it fall over. And those were the other 2 trees. So those are the 2 pieces that we wanted to bring forward to the commission and discuss.
Okay. Charlotte, any tree counts for us to review? This is a busy.
Yeah,
month.
sorry. So I think just so as you guys see, some of these trees are outside the 100. So I'll only count the trees within the 100 and the 50. So within the 100, they're asking to remove additionally, it looked 4 trees in the 100. And those are the trees in that red square that you see furthest up that are within the limit of work, but also within the layout area for the retaining wall. So yeah, 4 additional trees in the 100-foot buffer. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees within the 50-foot buffer that the applicant has submitted a variance request for. And 1, 2, 3, 4, I think all 5 of these are dead. Is that correct? John Murphy? So all 5 of these trees in the 50 are dead. And then in green, the green circle right in the center, those are trees that we had actually proposed to keep for the, work around those for the rain garden. So those, unless I'm wrong, those are not being proposed to be removed with this request.
Correct. They've already been worked around, and the rain garden is actually already installed with native
Oh,
plants.
nice. Okay, I'll come out to inspect that. But yeah, so I'm sorry, 4 trees in the 100, and then 5 trees within the 50, all dead.
All the other trees that are outside the 100.
Correct, yeah, so the two blue squares on the right-hand side that may or may not be removed, those are all outside the 100, and then there's one small tree in that blue circle right next to the TBD may not remove boxes. There's one tree that's just outside the 100, and then 3 trees were already removed just outside the 100 that are marked right next to that red square. Sorry, I
Okay.
tried to make this as color coordinated as possible to make sure I was keeping track of all the trees.
Correct. And just as a note, Chris, as part of the original plan, with regards to the approved plan for the garage, there were 4 reasonably mature maples that we've transplanted and are reusing and preserving. Those were outside the 100, but like certainly trees that we wanted to preserve.
Thank you. And is there any proposed replacement for any of these additional removals? Be adding any new trees?
We'd be certainly open to that.
Thank you. I'm looking at the multi-tree assessment. So the 5 proposed and the 50 are dead, and the 4 on the retaining wall are healthy. Okay. Thank you. Any comments from commissioners to start off with? I'll go through again. Tom, anything?
Yeah, could we link the list of trees to these 2 boxes that have been drawn and go through each one of them? And I want to see the rationale for cutting them. Let's start with the 4 trees in the north, plan north, please.
You're talking about the list from the
Yeah,
arborist?
there was a list just a couple of minutes ago that had numbered trees, but I can't see the numbers on the plan map. So it's pretty hard to relate this list to the map we just saw.
So let's see here. The easiest way to do that, if you scroll down a little bit there, Cheryl. Sure, Charlotte. So if you look at 8 is the large double trunk that anchors that set of red trees up at the north side, Tom. And that is also where number 9 is, the black cherry, as well as 10. And those are the 4 that are in the red area right there. So the last 3, one of which is that double leader.
Okay. And so I think I'm seeing this on your map, but not entirely clear. Charlotte, can you call that up and let's kind of look at these and see what we're looking at from the aerial photos we can.
So, yeah, hold on. Are they not there? Oh, yeah, that's because these aren't as accurate. Those turn on the layers. So pretty much kind of where your arrow is, Tom,
Yeah.
these trees here, these are the ones,
So is
yeah,
this the one with the double
Yep.
leader?
correct. Yeah, so you can see the limit of work a little
Yeah.
bit further down. Yeah, so these trees here that are pretty much right within the layout of the retaining wall.
And that's tree number 8, is that correct?
That double
Yeah,
leader
8
one.
is the
that's
double.
correct.
Okay, so it's it's got a couple of 2-foot diameter leaders, is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes.
Okay. And so I don't, we did a site visit out here quite some time ago, if I remember right, and I don't remember we actually went over to this area and had a discussion about this. Was this retaining wall been added to the plan after that?
No.
initial NOI? So I wonder why that wasn't pointed out to us at the time.
I'm not sure, but I do remember a good portion of the site walk. The commission was definitely concerned about the limit of work close to the 50-foot buffer. And
Yeah.
also looking at driveway alteration, alternatives and reconfigurations.
Yeah. So is it really necessary to have that wall exactly there? Can't you preserve these trees? That's a pretty good size oak tree.
Yeah, at this point, we'd have to pull the wall far away from that. We've already gone through substantial engineering work because it is a steel and concrete retaining wall per engineer.
It's already put in?
It's not already put in, but it's already fully designed. It would be a substantial additional cost to tell you the honest truth to go and move that based on the designs that we've already approved.
So we have kind of a disconnect between the trees in the 50-foot buffer and the design. So how did this get out of sync?
I'd have to defer to the site experts.
I mean, it seems like
these particular trees are just along the 100-foot buffer, so they are not in the 50-foot buffer. They're
yeah, sure.
They're roughly 90 and maybe even land exactly on the 100-foot buffer.
Yeah, okay.
So we don't always get down to this locating every specific tree for every component of construction.
Well,
in these sort of areas.
That is what we require, especially for a 24-inch diameter tree, that you do get pretty specific about it.
I mean, we're happy to work with the commission and replant elsewhere, Tom. I mean, obviously I know that we cannot plant a mature 2-foot tree, but we're open to suggestions in terms of unblocking and being able to move forward with the plans that we're trying to do everything exactly the right way, right? Like we saw that this was in challenge. We brought out Charlotte. We walked through it. We're bringing it in forth in front of you to figure out a good solution.
Thank you. I recognize that for one. I do recognize that. I appreciate you not just cutting and asking for forgiveness after the fact, as we've seen. So, Tom, anything else?
Yeah, the dead trees. It's usually our policy not to cut dead trees within the 50. They just stay, they drop, we leave them where they drop. That's in the woods down there. So if they pose any safety issues, it seems like a pretty a long shot here that somebody would be standing there when one of those trees fell. Not near the house, it's not near the driveway, not even near the rain garden, really.
Yeah, I am concerned about the blockage on the driveway and the potential of those, right? Both from a power and from a safety perspective. The ones down, as you're right, Tom, down in the area, I'm fine cutting those down and leaving them lie or leaving them up. It was actually not Pam and I's desire. It was an expressed concern from the contractors that were working on the excavation and on the walls, because it is not like they are just dead. They are dead and already falling over and leaning on each other.
Yeah.
And there was worry that without bringing them to the ground, that there was a safety issue. So in a preponderance of caution, like I said, we wanted to bring it forward to you. I think I'd prefer to drop them and to leave them there as habitat, but because that addresses kind of both the habitat question as well as the safety issue. But it's of course up to the commission from a final say standpoint.
So the standing tree provides a different sort of habitat than a fallen tree.
Fair. I'm not.
So,
I don't.
Like I say, I'm pretty sure we walked over there and actually had a conversation about those trees. Mr. Grady, maybe you recall that.
I don't know.
I believe you were present at the time.
Yes, I do recall
Yeah.
discussing that.
Yeah. I don't have any problem about the ones in the 50-foot buffer that are alongside the driveway, of course, those obviously need to be removed, but the trees that are standing adjacent to the wetland in the forest, quite a ways away from anything that they can harm if they fall further, and they are going to fall further, but they do provide a different habitat than those that when they're on the ground. And I think that in the past we've generally said that we leave dead trees alone in the 50-foot buffer unless there is a safety issue.
I'm
And
fine. I'm
obviously
fine.
there's a safety issue by the driveway.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's a safety issue with regards to the driveway for
Yeah.
those ones that are in the buffer. They're down in that cost, the ones that we're talking about. I'm fine leaving those standing and leaning as they are.
Yeah.
John, sorry to interrupt, but I don't know if John Murphy might be able to weigh in. There was one dead tree that was leaning into the other one. So for the one that's leaning, would it compromise the other dead standing tree to just push that one down so that it doesn't eventually collapse and fall on the other dead tree? Or I just didn't know how that would be compromised, or if we just left it as is, would it eventually drag the other one down? I just didn't know if John Murphy had any thoughts on that as the arborist.
It's been a little while since I was out there, but I do recall one is hung up in the other, and I'd say it's definitely gonna, it would help that one fail sooner rather than later. So I do believe it's more likely to help drag the other one down that it's hung up on.
Yeah, it seems like letting nature take its course is the way to go here to me. And they're both going to go down sooner or later. And if they both go down at the same time, so be it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Tom. If if we can split the conversation into three pieces, the wall conversation,
The wall, I think, just replication there, one
Yeah.
for one to the 100-foot buffer, and that would satisfy me.
the driveway, and then we'll leave the
Yeah.
the
Yeah, and you
ones
have to
that-
replicate the driveway. That's in the 50. Ordinarily, we require 2 trees for each one you take out. So there's 4. That's 8 trees you got.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
one of the driveway trees is dead. Do we replicate a dead tree, or do we replicate live trees?
Well, you can't put up you can't put up a.
Well, I didn't quite mean it that way.
So I don't know how we've handled that in the past, whether when a dead tree comes down in the 50, when we have to take it down, whether we require a replication. I'll defer to Chris McIntyre on that.
Well, going back to the dead trees that are standing in the woods, and if there's healthy trees kind of on that same line of discussion, understanding that they do provide, habitat and they have their own kind of unique value. If they're an imminent hazard to healthy trees in the vicinity, and we can drop them, in a controlled way and then replant healthy trees in the 50, that would,
I mean, that's another suggestion. It's great, Chris. I like it. If you guys, if we can address the leaning trees and maybe address, and it's hard for us to handicap odds, but address the worker safety issue, as well as the fact that those trees are going to fail, particularly since they're leaning against each other and dead. We'd be happy to replant those trees if we could just follow them in place in a controlled fashion and put them elsewhere on the lot.
the consideration. I'm not, I don't know the condition. I don't know how close the workers are, if they're within that, if they're working within the radius of those trees, if there's, but it's, there's a lot of sick trees in town, and anywhere we can put in healthy trees, I'm in favor of. There's plenty of dead tree habitat, I would say, right now. But Yeah. So what we would look for the healthy trees at least would be, you know, 1-to-1 in the 100 and 2-to-1 in the 50. Dead tree replacement. I don't know if yeah.
I
we're-
think with
the more
more
trees, the
live
better.
trees,
The
we've
more
been
the
pretty
merrier.
consistent, Chris, but with dead trees and hazardous trees, I think I think we've looked at that on a case by case basis, but usually with like live trees, it's definitely 2-to-1 in the 50 and 1-to-1 in the 100.
So by my count, in the 100, we have 4 trees. They would be 1-to-1, so that's 4 new. We have 1 live tree in the 50 on the driveway. That would be 1-to-2, right? So that would be 5, 6. And what if we do 7, 8? We add another 2 trees to the approach to offset the fact that we will bring down and leave in place the dead trees that are leaning in the blue area. Nothing live in the blue area would be touched. The one that Charlotte is working on right now.
Oh, sorry, that's Rick.
Oh, sorry, Rick.
That's all right. It's just happening magically here.
I'd prefer to leave them alone. But if other commissioners want to, are concerned about taking out live trees and putting in some new ones, I'm okay with that too. But I think, but it has been our, we won't call it a standard, but it has been our habit to just, in the 50-foot buffer, leave stuff alone for the most part. Don't intervene.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go down the line then. Steve, could you weigh in? Do you have an opinion or?
Yeah, I actually do. I think that removing the trees along the trees in the square area there along the retaining wall, it's really unclear even from the maps whether or not the trees are in or out of the 100-foot buffer. So I would suggest that they do be removed. I think that a double leader oak tree is almost by definition unsafe. It will come down eventually, and it'll come down in a place where you don't want it to. I think that it's probably just as well to drop the trees that are leaning in that 50-foot buffer. They're dead, they're going to come down anyway, and when they do come down, they may damage live trees, which I think is probably more important than leaving them up, particularly since the homeowner has suggested at least partially replacing some of the area in there. I think in the past, I haven't been here very long, but certainly in the past, it seems that if people have taken down dead trees in an emergency kind of situation, as dangerous, that we haven't had them replaced except to make sure that they're left in place. So I think that what John has proposed is probably pretty reasonable. I think that it allows it to continue on without much damage. He seems to be very willing to replace trees and is already doing that in other parts of the project.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
I would usually say to leave the dead trees in the 50 and let them take their natural course. But just thinking about what Steve said, that if they fall, they could damage a healthy tree, so it's better to take it down before that happens. I've hearing that makes sense to me. So I would change my mind, and I would be for dropping those trees that are on their way out anyway, to preserve any healthy ones
Yep. Okay, Sanji?
in this case.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm aligned with Kathy and Steve. I would like to, I think I've lost track of the trees that will be replaced. So if we could do a quick recap of what we net out at, that would be helpful for me.
Sure.
I think adding another tree in the 50 would make Tom happy and it would make me happy. Just given that we don't really have a strictly we haven't seen these trees. We understand one's leaning, but you know, I don't like
What-
trading horses. It's not what we
But-
try to do here, but it just if we're gonna drop two large trees and those large oaks, if we can replicate more, what it does is it provides more canopy faster and it prevents invasives from, it can
Yeah.
help to prevent invasive species from colonizing the area, invasive plants, which are very prevalent. So the more native large tree canopy you can get in there, the better.
So is the net number 6 trees added?
Right
Planted?
now,
It'd be 7, I think, Sanjay.
7, okay.
It's 4 for a 1-to-1 replacement in the red square at the top. The one live tree on the driveway will be replaced 2-to-1. It's in the 50-foot buffer, and we'll add a tree as we drop those existing dead trees in the blue circle that Rick is currently pointing at.
And I think that I'm aligned with that. Are you gonna, what's the species? And the reason I asked the question is, if I recall the site visit, one of the former board members who knows, has a professional credentials in landscape architecture had mentioned that some of those trees were dying because the hydrology of that area had changed over time.
that's right.
And so I just wanted to confirm that we wouldn't be trying to put a tree in there that'll not survive.
We'd be open to reasonable suggestions from the commission. I don't think we have I don't personally have a strong opinion about like what kind of tree.
Yeah, and I would venture to say I neither have the credentials to say that, but if I recall the visit, I think the trees that were there might have been an evergreen or pine, and maybe just find something that's water loving if it's a generally wet area.
We can work with Charlotte on an appropriate tree species if that's to the commission's liking.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I recall that too, Sanjay, that Chris said that those white pines were gonna die because of the wetland.
Yeah, I think that's what I remember.
Yeah. So you definitely do want something that is gonna be tolerant there.
The arborist has a suggestion.
There are some you can plant a deciduous tree that would be a little bit more tolerant of the wet conditions, such as a swamp maple, red maple. But as far as an evergreen, tough to match kind of the height and the growth rate of a white pine, but maybe some Leland cypress or something, but could investigate that further for you.
Yeah, I'd defer your professional opinion. I just maybe take into consideration that was killing the pine trees there, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
So it looks like there's 2 large standing dead white pines. And these old tall trees tend to be, I think, preferred nesting spots for some birds, raptors, crows, owls. So what about removing the leaning ones and let those vertical trees stay, or at least one of them? Steve, you would know more about this than I do in terms of
Well,
use that.
the dead pines would be mostly habitat for woodpeckers. Probably not so much owls, because you need because they dwell in cavities, but the cavities woodpeckers make usually aren't big enough for owls. So it's more that trees like oaks and stuff, when the branches fall off and the cavity forms are the more common things for stuff like owls. and other cavity nesters. I don't know that crows would nest in a dead tree. Certainly one with no as open as those evergreens were. I can't tell from the aerial photos whether or not they were pines or not. I'm sure that maybe John has seen them and knows. John Murphy has seen them and knows, but
I'm pretty sure they
certainly-
were. We had a conversation about them,
Okay.
a lengthy one, when we were out there. And pretty much agreed that they would not be disturbed
Okay.
at that time.
Yeah, and just to
I
be
was
clear,
not,
Tom, that
I was
way-
not present then, so.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Tom, that we're not trying to go back on that. This was specifically brought to my attention from a safety standpoint as they were working on the wall and everything else. That's why I brought it to the commission.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever the commission as a whole decides. It's not that big a deal.
Just for clarity, where is the wall? Is it the whole checkered line, or is it just up by the oaks on the north side of this plan?
Gonna be a little bit rough, but it's
Okay.
right about there.
All right. Anyone care to make a motion?
Hold on, Chris. Sorry, Chris, I just wanted to, I was drafting some conditions to see if that would appeal to the commission based on our conversations.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry. Okay, so this is kind of just typing up what we just put on the plans. So per the addition, this is, by the way, the original special conditions. I'm just adding this 57 in red here. So per the additional tree removal plan, the following conditions shall be applied. The additional 4 live trees proposed to be removed in the 100-foot buffer zone within the retaining wall layout shall be replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio somewhere within the 100-foot buffer zone. The additional 1 live tree within the 50-foot buffer zone, just being consistent here, proposed to be removed along the driveway shall be replaced at a ratio of 2-to-1 somewhere within the 50-foot buffer zone. The additional dead tree along the driveway within the 50 shall be removed and does not necessarily have to be replaced. The 1 dead leaning tree in the 50 buffer zone proposed to be cut in place due to safety concerns shall be placed in the 50 buffer so that does not damage other surrounding live and dead trees. 1 additional tree shall be planted as replacement somewhere within the 50-foot buffer. The other 2 dead standing trees proposed to be removed within the 50-foot buffer are not approved to be removed and shall be left in place. All replacement, just deleting that here. And then all trees proposed to be removed per the tree removal plan shall be removed by hand with no heavy excavation equipment in the 50-foot buffer. And then all proposed replacement trees shall be native and come from the commission's approved planting lists. I don't know if we wanted to add the recommendations that John was suggesting, or if we want to just leave it general.
Can we do the show that say like proposed species will be reviewed by you, just to make sure we're choosing something that's, gonna survive the conditions?
And the arborist, or was it just me, Sanji?
Well, I assume the arborist would suggest to you what.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
And please correct me if this is wrong, but I was copying Rick's lovely markups.
I can send you that markup if you'd like to, if that helps.
Yes, please, because I'll just include that as tree removal plan and reference it in the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are commissioners satisfied with this too?
I'm good with it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Anyone care to make a motion then? To it. All right, so I'll make a motion to amend NOI 24-09 with the conditions listed below, and with that, do I have to issue another variance? Or do I have to do it?
Yeah, can you do that vote separately just because no variance was given under the original project?
Yes, all right. So I issue approval of the amended NOI 24-09 for the tree removal as described with the conditions on the screen. Do I have a second?
John Bell, second.
All right, roll call vote. Tom Bell,
John Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando. Sanji Fernando,
Whoops, sorry, I'm mute. Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. And I make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50 for tree cutting and leaving as described in the tree removal plan. Do I have a second?
John Bell, second.
All right, I'll do a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
John Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very
everyone.
much.
Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Mind if we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, do you want to come back at 9:01?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Kathy. All right, everyone back? Sanjay, you there? Sanjay, if you can hear us, we just came back. Hmm.
We need him for a quorum.
Not necessarily, no. Tom, oh wait, is Tom there? Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Sanjay, if you can hear us, we're gonna start. So if you wanna jump on or just say you're here, just let us know. But Chris, do you wanna just keep going? Okay. There you are.
Here you go. All right, next up we have amended NOI 21-13, which was continued from May 1st, 2025, for 68 Whitehead Road. 50-foot buffer zone work, ATF work and restoration. So, all right, am I on the right one?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jeff. You're here. Take it away.
All right. Hello again. Jeff Hassett here with North Engineering. Is a homeowner on, either Sarah or Ross Fairbanks?
I don't see them. There's one
Okay.
person who I can't identify unless that's them. They're welcome to raise their hand and I can promote them.
Yeah, Ross called in via Zoom last time, so I would think he would do the same, but that's okay. All right, so I'm here on their behalf with a request for an amended order of conditions for their property at 68 Whitehead. And the amendment is to allow 161 square feet of work beyond the previously approved limit of work and into the 50-foot buffer. So this is a new home project that was permitted back in 2021. It's 100% complete. Everything is stabilized. And we did the as-built plan and we discovered that encroachment. And it's made up of, it's this corner right here. And I showed you a photograph of the last meeting 3 weeks ago. I'll bring that up again. But it basically includes 25 square feet of hot tub, 15 square feet of pervious patio just on the other side of the hot tub, the fence and plantings. So as mitigation for that, what we're proposing is this area in green. And there's a retaining wall located right here that on the proposed site plan was right at the 50-foot buffer. And they ended up building that back from the 50-foot buffer about 3 or 4 feet. So that's really a perfect area that's previously altered. It was between the erosion barrier and the wall, where we're proposing a 2.8-to-1 ratio replication. In that area, we're specifying 4 trees, 36 bushes, and 17 grasses, all of which are native. And we presented this at the last meeting. The only reason we continued was that there's a question about if or how many trees were removed just beyond the limit of work that should not have come down. And we had a site meeting the next day with Charlotte and verified there were 2 trees. So as a result, we increased the number of trees in the mitigation area to 4 to give you the 2-to-1 ratio. But otherwise, the project was done in, good conformance with the design plan. And the intent is that these plantings would go in, assuming you approve this modification almost immediately, being put in by Sion. and then we would file for the COC. So with that, I'll pass it back.
Thank you. Charlotte, is that anything to add from the site visit following the last meeting?
No, we definitely looked at near map. We looked at it on site and we could not find any more than 2 trees that were removed within the 50. Actually, there you could still see one of the stumps that was there in or just near the restoration area. So you know, looked at my old photos, looked at near map, looked on site. So yeah, definitely 2. And so yeah, they proposed 4 trees total. I think they're all eastern red cedars, Jeff, in addition to the
That's correct.
shrubs and plantings.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, Tom, any questions?
No.
Kathy,
No questions.
Steve,
No, I'm satisfied.
Sanji?
All set, thank you.
Good. All right. Well, yeah, that's, as I recall, that's pretty much the only reason we continued this. So seems like that count and the restoration number is being clarified. So I'll make a motion to approve the amended NOI 21-13 with the restoration plans. Sorry, apologies. Charlotte, did you have any conditions to add or?
I did, but it was really just that the work was to be done by hand, which we had already talked about that with the owners. So just doing the work for the restoration by hand.
Did we already include the survival 3-year survival of the plantings?
It's in our special conditions template, unless we want to be really specific for the restoration area.
They already had that.
Yeah, the condition 41 that's already built in. Yeah.
Good. All right, then yeah, then that's the motion. I make the motion to pass the amended NOI, the amended order for NOI 21-13. Do I have a second?
Tom
Kathy-
Bell, second.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, we kind of need like a, retrospective variance for the encroachment in the 50, just to be thorough.
All right, I'll make a variance then to, I'll make a motion for a variance to work in the 50 for this restoration work. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Okay, Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
All right, so that public hearing for 21-13 is now closed. Next, we have amended NOI 23-31, which is also continued from May 1st, 2025 for 92 Beach Street. The extended pool fence. Where did we leave this? I believe last time we had some questions on the removal of vegetation. Cheryl, is that correct?
Yeah, and Aaron, hi Aaron. I don't see Scott. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's just not, his name's just not there. Got it. Sorry, one sec. Yep. Scott, is that you? Wasn't sure who this was.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have Scott Garvin from Champapish Landscape Architecture and Aaron Calbera, the applicant.
Hi, want me to get going or?
Sure. Yes,
Alrighty.
please.
My name's Scott Garvin. I'm with Sean Papich Landscape Architecture. I wasn't at the last hearing. Sean was, but he's not available. As you mentioned, the reason for the initial hearing was to show a proposed relocation of the pool enclosure fencing that would go towards the edge of the property. I can pull up the plan. Can you see that?
Not yet, Scott.
Is it there?
Sorry, not yet. We can't see anything yet.
Charlie, can you pull up on your end that last plan I
Uh,
sent you?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not getting the share screen.
Yep, no worries. I'm pulling it up now. There it is. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Okay. As you can see, in a dashed line that's closer to the pool, we were showing the pool enclosure closer to the pool. The last meeting, we requested that the pool fencing get shifted more towards the perimeter of the property along the existing cleared vegetation line. Since then, we sent Charlotte a revised fence layout that actually pulled the fence a little further away from the existing vegetation and along the edge of the salt marsh. So we're giving a 2-foot buffer off the existing vegetation line. We've also added more native mitigation plantings on either side of the fence as to extend the buffer towards the cleared lawn area. Just like to mention that when the project was originally approved for the pool construction, we weren't required to do any mitigation plantings because we actually had less impervious coverage from what was there. That being said, we are proposing to install about 1,850 square feet of native plantings within the 50-foot buffer to extend the buffer area. Based on what we could decipher from our archives on Google Earth images, it looked like there may have been clearing, or there was clearing at a past time, which I'll let Aaron talk about within the proposed or the highlighted top of bank, approximately in the neighborhood of like 850 square feet. So we are replicating more than 2 to 1 for vegetation that was removed. And if you want, Aaron can speak to that. That was done years ago. I don't have an exact date when that was happened. So Aaron, if you want to chat with or mention what was cleared out there and when it was done, that'd be great.
Hi, Aaron. So we moved in 2019. At that point, the property had been kind of overgrown and the house had been on the market for a few years. So we were just trying to clear out some of the overgrowth at that point. And there was a lot of poison ivy bramble back there that we didn't at that point realize was encroaching the buffer. So unfortunately, that was removed before we kind of got into this process, replaced with grass. We didn't remove any of the, we didn't add any fill, we didn't encroach the salt marsh, but it was in hindsight now within the buffer zone that we shouldn't have done.
And like I said, based on what we could decipher from Google Earth, it looked like it was about in the neighborhood like 850 square feet or so. Hard to tell exactly based on the photos.
Okay. What about the rocks, the boulders?
The rocks were there. In the image I saw from Google Earth, there were rocks in that corner already. Those are existing before the project started.
Okay. So my concern here, my only concern here, is that by grabbing that chunk of the coastal bank that is just gonna be, you know, become manicured lawn. I would prefer to see the fence outside of along the edge of the resource, the coastal bank.
One note on that, Chris, is that if we look at interpretation of the coastal bank of breaking at the 4-1 slope, it seemed like this coastal bank could actually be closer to the marsh edge than shown here. It seems like that, I believe it's a 10, the break is the break between 10 and 11 is greater than 4-1. And then the break between 10 and 9-foot contour is about 4-1 also. So we never had this redelineated, but based on the kind of the description of a break in the slope going to 4-1 slope, there might be grounds to say that the top of the bank is actually closer to the buffer.
Right. Well, broke me up. I was what I was gonna say was I mean, I get it. There's the fence is tight against the pool. I get that. You want to use some of your yard. There's a detail that I'm looking for is like the type of fence. Is it going to impede any flow? Like and flood tides, I mean that coastal bank would probably, you know, be flooded up. So what kind of is it going to impede the natural kind of system there in terms of water
No,
running up? And
the fence we're having that runs along the property line, then along the buffer, it's very minimalistic. It's post 4x4 post, and then just a welded wire mesh. There's no frame on the fence, so it's just the mesh with a tension wire along the top. So it's very minimal. Water flow can easily go through. We'll leave a gap, probably like a 3.5 to 4 inch gap at the base of the fence, so little critters can migrate through, and any water can easily go back and forth if it does start to encroach.
well, the material that would naturally flow in a system like this would be not just water, it'd be, you know, rack, but what's called rack, which is like the natural material, the organic matter that comes up and feeds the bank and is part of that system. So I just don't understand why it needs to be pushed back into the resource area. My preference would be to, you know, to stay out of the resource personally. And you know, to be honest, even though, you know, it could have been an honest mistake, there's already been alterations to what the vegetation that was removed could have been classified previously as wetland. I don't know. We don't know that, but now that buffer zone is pushed back, and so we're already dealing with a loss, in my opinion. So
Even with the square footage of natives that we're putting back in here.
No, I mean, I appreciate that effort, but it's also like an idea of precedent. I'm looking down the line of these houses on the bank, and I don't really like the fencing fencing in some situations is considered like a minor alteration, but we would usually see like a parallel, or like, you know, a parallel fence that goes directly down, not a whole box out, because that, you know, mesh is in this condition, you know, somewhat of a, I guess it's preventing like somewhat of the natural conditions here, in my opinion. But that's just me. I'll pass pass it on to the next commissioner if anyone else has anything. Tom.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this place. Still having trouble here. I keep getting these messages of being disconnected maps and stuff, and so I'm trying to orient myself here. Charlotte, can you help with this?
Cheryl, what are you looking on near map, Tom? Maybe you can pull
Well,
it.
yeah, I'm trying to go to, I just switched to Google Maps to figure out where this house actually is.
Yes, Tom, I'm sharing Near Map right now. Sorry, it is reconnecting, so I might be having the same issue as you, but just so you can see, I was looking back from previous conditions. So
Yeah,
this
let
is
me-
from 2021.
Okay, let me try to get there.
Yeah, I don't know why mine's loading too. I don't know
Yeah,
what oh, there it
something-
is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Connection.
too many of us are on it.
Yeah, it's trying to reconnect to the project here. I mean, out here in Whitehead Road, there's all these,
Oh,
there's all
sorry,
these-
this is Beach Street, 92 Beach Street.
Oh,
It also doesn't help that this has two addresses on Near Map. I don't know why, but yeah, I had to click it a few times to get
no,
to
I thought,
92.
I thought something was really wrong with that. The interesting thing is, I don't see under projects 92 Beach Street.
Oh, did I not make a map for it?
Apparently not.
Okay, hold on.
That's okay. When, yeah, okay.
But yeah, you're looking at it right now.
Yeah,
And that's the green is the estimated salt marsh from state map.
yeah. So, I guess the conversation about where the coastal bank is, needs to be clarified. Didn't sound like it was a very, certain statement. We think the coastal bank might be, I think, were those the words that were used?
Just based on interpretation of the break in the slope.
Yeah, you either know where it is or you think it's there or what?
Based on the contours, I think there's room for interpretation that it should be closer to the buffer.
So again, ordinarily, we would see a calculation on this. And certainty. And I don't hear that.
We could have, I would have the civil engineer confirm that. That was just looking at it today, noticing that the contours breaks is further closer to buffer. And that was kind of the judgment that I was looking at today.
Oh, okay, so I think that should be shown on your plan as certain. It's calculated, it's the coastal bank is drawn on your submission. Where you've calculated it to be. It's pretty hard for us to make any decisions if you're uncertain where the regulatory boundaries actually are.
Scott, sorry. So I guess given some of the commissioner's concerns and noticing from your recent site visits that the coastal bank may or may not have been, I don't want to say inaccurate, but inconsistent with the original approved plans, would you or Aaron be willing to go back and redelineate that coastal bank if that's the concern with the commission, just so that we can figure out exactly how to view this amended request?
Well, what exactly would you be looking at for the resolving the request today? Would it be going to this line with vegetation and fence?
How can we make a decision if we don't know where the lines are?
And maybe I could add, like, I think that's what I was struggling with, is like if you look at a near map and it's not scientific, it may not be too accurate. It feels, the perception is that your proposed fence actually extends beyond where the natural grass line ends. Like, I was sort of wondering, why don't you just pull back to the blue line here? Because that actually seems like the natural contour in near map.
Yeah, we were trying to encapsulate the clearing that we had before. This was prior to knowing that the vegetation was cleared. That's why the fence line was pushed out towards the buffer.
And I'm not saying the answer is, but it's just like, I'm struggling to reconcile near map in your drawing where it looks like, the easy button here is just follow the coastal bank as it's specified here and don't, try to landscape beyond that.
Yeah, I would think that all of that needs to be restored. Not with a curated landscape plan here. Lawn needs to go. Everything below up to the coastal bank needs to be restored, and certainly no fence.
So, and if we do end up if we do go back to the engineer and they concur that the coastal bank is actually closer to the buffer, that area does not need to be restored.
Well,
I don't know if we're gonna make that deal tonight. At least I'm not gonna
Yeah.
tell you that. I'm gonna give you that quid pro quo personally.
Yeah, all of the regulatory features here need to be defined. And so you're asking us to make a decision based on conjecture here. But just in general, I mean, it's clear that the wetland or within the buffer has been stripped and replanted with lawn. And while I understand that the homeowner didn't realize that was against the regulations, it's not too late to fix that. And I think that we'd probably want to see that error fixed.
Just if I could step in for a sec. Since we've not done much back there since this project has been going on for quite some time, a lot of stuff has grown back. Hypothetically, if we were to, move the fence forward to where it would be an acceptable place, but farther than where it currently was drawn, would you prefer that we just, let it grow naturally behind the fence as opposed to replanting stuff back there? It was basically like bramble, poison ivy stuff that was back there.
We wouldn't recommend that you replant that. But ordinarily, when we find that these regulated areas have been clear cut or stripped of their vegetation, we require a restoration plan. And restoration is not doesn't mean lawn, and it doesn't mean bushes in a row and anything like that. It is you do have some latitude in what plants you can use off of our list, but the intent here is to restore it to its natural condition, and I don't mean restore it to poison ivy and brambles, but restore it to a wild area.
So in this case, if all the plants on here are from your list, if we were to distribute these in more of a naturalized pattern, we are intending to spray the mitigation seed, for the coastal salt marsh tolerant grass mix throughout the area where we're planting. If we were to extend the seed mix and redistribute our plantings in more of a naturalized area, would that be suffice for the restoration of this area?
Yes, in general, that's the intent. We'd like to see a formalized plan for that.
We can work with Charlotte on getting a new plan on that.
But before we even get to that point, we need to know where these boundaries are.
Which boundary? The extent of clearing that happened prior?
Yes, that's a good start, and we can get that off of Nearmap
Yeah,
just by backing up, where you can get it, or Charlotte can give it to you. And that's kind of a starting point. And then this coastal bank issue also needs to be resolved. So that's something that's an engineering exercise where you actually take that topography and look at the topography and do a calculation of where that break and slope is, and then plot that on your plan.
Yeah, I just know that the engineers already did that. So if it's wrong, that's definitely something we'd have to look at now after the fact. But yeah, they definitely did delineate the coastal bank with the original NOI submission.
Yeah.
yeah. And it could very well be accurate. It was just what in interpretation of the 4-to-1 break and slope. It just looked at today, and
Yeah.
I could just kind of popped out like looks like this
Uh-huh.
actually could be closer.
And Scott, I'm sorry, were you out there with either Caroline or Brendan or anybody, like the people who, Merrill, who obviously did the original coastal bank slope
Originally?
determination? Yeah.
No, not prior when the project was originally permitted.
Well,
Okay.
if Brendan did this, he probably has the calculation and he just needs to confirm that. I mean, you don't need to go out and do it again.
Yeah.
He's not a careless engineer by any means. So I think you've introduced a degree of uncertainty here that maybe you didn't intend to, but in a way you can't take it back. We just need some reassurance that is the coastal bank.
And
So I
based
guess, Scott and Aaron, so if you would be okay with a continuance to our next meeting on June 5th. So it sounds like the commission just wants to make sure that coastal bank verification is correct with Merrill, and then look at Nearmap, which I'm happy to sit down with you at some point to look at where that limit of clearing was and restore that area to naturally vegetated conditions, with the seed mix and randomly distributed plantings. And then depending on where that coastal bank line is, it sounds like the commission wants the fence up to that limit, but do not want the fence within the coastal bank resource area. Does that summarize everything, guys?
Yeah, for me it does.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Would that be okay, Scott and Aaron, for June 5th? Just keeping in mind revised documents would be due a week before, but I know there's a holiday, so I'll add an extra day for that.
Mhm. Yeah, if to finalize this, if that's what's needed, to put this, because we still have to do restoration. Even if we took the fence out of the equation, the restoration still in questions. We have to give you a revised plan showing the extended restoration in that matches the near maps, correct?
Yeah.
Because we have an alternate plan for the fence. If we just took the fence out of the equation, we'd still have to do the mitigation for the removals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like. Yes.
All right. So we can just determine. We need to get back to you with a revised plan showing that. Is that something we can do we need the next hearing for this, or is that something we can give you without going to another hearing?
I'll defer to the commission on that one.
You mean do this as a continuance?
No, he's asking Tom if we can draft this as a condition of approval.
If we take the fence out of the equation, because we do have an alternate fence plan that keeps it at the existing, not preferred, but if it can close the hearing and we can do the restoration.
Would that, so are you walking back to the original approved fence? Or is it a different fence?
No, it would be the dash line.
Okay.
So that's your plan
Which
B.
dashed line?
Yeah.
The red dash line, close, as it says original fence location called out.
So you go to the original fence, just just so I understand what you're saying you would go back to the original fence location and you guys would restore everything in the protected resource area of the coastal bank. But then you'd still need a restoration plan for that area, right? Or I don't think we've seen that.
No, we would have to modify this plan anyway.
Yeah, Charlotte, you know what we.
I
you know
can't,
what we
yeah,
expect in
right with
terms-
this. Yeah, so like Scott, I'm happy to help you with the trying to
It's
figure out
roughly-
the area on near map, but I was just trying to roughly draw it on here. So in orange that I just annotated, so this was the original fence line. So pulling this new proposed line back to the original location and then filling this area with plantings. Is that correct, Scott?
Yeah,
But we'll
and
have to
Aaron,
just-
is that,
Yeah.
are you open to this?
I mean, it kind of brings us back to why we kind of wanted to move the fence out in the first place and yeah, we kind of wanted to have the fence to be a use.
Yeah,
And if we have to move it back to where, where it's supposed to be, that's fine, but I really, to spend all that money for a fence, for it really not to be doing anything besides blocking a pool, isn't preferable.
Aaron, would you also be, if Scott and Merrill can verify the top of the coastal bank as you see on the plans here, plus or minus if they have to modify it or not, would you want to see the fence along that limit instead? So instead of pulling back to the original location, because that's what the commission was kind of leaning
Yeah.
towards, it sounds like. So would you
Yeah.
prefer that instead of going back to the original location?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the commission just wants to verify that line now that some concerns have been brought up with maybe some on-site inconsistencies with what's shown on here. So if we can just clarify that with Merrill and then pull your new proposed fence line back to the limit of the top of the coastal bank and then
Whichever it
still
is.
put the plantings in, I think that sounds like, unless commissioners correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like that's what we were looking for.
Mhm.
I see some head nods.
Yeah.
I think that's fair, but I think you need to I think you need to write it all out, like, like
Yeah,
we're pending this thing.
it's a lot. It's a lot to go on a continuance and just like
Yeah.
and to not continue and just have it.
Yeah.
I think we
I
need
agree
to
with
see it
that.
now where we are now. Given that where we are, I think we need to see it. So
Okay. So the next meeting would be June 5th, so that's in 2 weeks from today. And then just keep in mind documents to be due plus or minus a week before, but I'll obviously add the extra day because Monday's Memorial Day.
All right. All right,
Okay, so is it okay to continue to June 5th?
yeah, so we can get that
Yeah.
squared away.
Okay, and Scott, just reach out to me about if you want to come look at near map. I can't remember if you guys said you have that or not. I don't
No.
remember if Merrill does.
I think Merrill might, we don't have it.
Okay, so if you want to work with Merrill, work with me, just let me know.
Okay,
thank you. All right, so that's continued. See you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
thanks.
Have a good night. All right. Our next meeting, our next hearing, this evening is for NOI 25-10, continued from May 1st, 2025 for 100 Whitehead Road, proposed additional seasonal float.
Hey, guys, I think I have everybody.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair McIntyre. It's Adam Brodsky. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good, thank you. Given the hour, we will try and be brief. I'm a local environmental and land use lawyer representing Kingsbourne Trust, the owner and applicant. Brad Holmes is our professional wetland scientist from ECR, and Xander Oram, our professional engineer from Merrill. You recall that this is a notice of intent for an additional boat float to an existing licensed structure. Since our last meeting, we provided an updated project narrative, which Brad can speak to, but we're looking for the commission to please close the public hearing this evening and issue an order of conditions approving the new float. So with that brief introduction, Brad, I don't know whether you want to speak to the updated project narrative.
Sure. Good evening, members of the commission. I can share my screen if you'd like, but I know the commission is aware of this project. It's adding a small float to the existing float system at 100 Whitehead Road. Since the notice of intent was submitted, we did get comments back from Division of Marine Fisheries, and what we're proposing to do is to use eco moorings, so they're basically kind of bungee type system to an anchor to hold the float in place instead of using a chain, which may have the potential to cause more disruption to the seafloor. So that's the only change that we've included with this project, and every other component remains the same.
Great. I think that was our primary concern. I don't remember anything else, but I'll pass it on to the next commissioner. Tom, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I looked at the, I watched the meeting, and it looks like a good plan to me, particularly the addition of the bungee system, so.
Okay, good. Kathy?
No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Steve?
I've got no questions. It seems to address the problem.
Sanji?
No objections, questions.
All right. Charlotte, anything to add?
I just drafted a couple conditions. Don't worry, nothing really long, and things you've already seen before for floats.
Okay.
Okay, pulling this up. This is 100 Whitehead, right? Making sure I'm not messing them up. So, you know, very familiar, this order shall be contingent upon all other local, state, federal permits. I think Adam had previously mentioned this will need a revision to the Chapter 91 license, I believe. Is that correct, Adam?
Yes, we're gonna need to amend the existing license, and in the interim, so we can put the float in the water, the harbor masters agreed to issue us a 10A permit.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, we could just, you know, contingent upon those permits, and then any changes to the plans shall be submitted to conservation prior to implementation of those changes. Should the seasonal float and or components remain on site during the off season, they shall not be stored on any wetland resource area at any time. This includes but not limited to salt-marsh, coastal beach, coastal bank, rocky intertidal shores, land underwater, etc. The float and any components shall be stored in an upland location if kept on site during the off season. And then last but not least, upon removal of the seasonal float for the off season, the components should not be dragged across a wetland resource area. I can specify that, but I think that's common sense. Obviously, I don't drag it across a beach or a marsh if there is marsh, but yeah.
No, this float will be floated to a local marina and will not be dragged across any land.
Perfect.
Good. Anyone else? All right, then with that, I will make a motion to approve NOI 25-10 with the orders, with the conditions suggested by Charlotte on the screen as seen and read aloud. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. With that, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. And we'll need a variance, Charlotte, or work within the resource, correct?
Technically, but really our language for the 50-foot buffer is what would need a variance. We don't have like clear language saying you need a variance to work in a resource area, but I know that's the weird thing with our regs. I don't think it doesn't have the same legal language as our 50-foot buffer language.
So we're good?
Even though it's implied, it's no adverse impact, but you know.
Okay, so then we're good.
Yeah.
All right, so then that hearing for NOI 25-10 is closed. Thank you. And I think it's the same team for the next one. We now have NOI 25-11 continued from May first for 90 Whitehead Road. Oh, sorry, is that the same one? My bad. No. Yeah, 11 for, is this for the beach maintenance plan?
No,
I'm sorry.
sorry, this is for 90 Whitehead for the swim float,
Swim float. Got it.
NOI 2511.
The other float. All right.
Good, and thank you. Again, Adam Brodsky on behalf of the applicant Kingsborn Trust with Brad Holmes and Xander Forum. And yes, this is a notice of intent for the swim float. We again provided an updated narrative, which includes the eco mooring, and also received our no-take letter from the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife. And Brad, is there anything else to add on this one?
No, this mirrors the project before, but a little more simple. This is a seasonal removable float. It is taken to a marina. It's not dragged over the property, and it's a small recreational float.
And Brad, this is the float that was in the historical eelgrass bed, but you confirm that that's not the case anymore? Is that correct? Or
When you go through the years of eelgrass mapping in 1995 and some of the other years, it shows up in areas of mapped eelgrass. The current mapping from 2019 to 2023, the only eelgrass in the area is closer towards the Situate, the Glades Point. So the problem with the historic eelgrass is that they used aerial imagery, and anytime they could see some sort of vegetation, they mapped it as potential eelgrass area. So it wasn't a delineated eelgrass mapping. But yes, you're correct. In the 1995 mapping, that area is within a DEP mapped eelgrass.
in the bungee, the eco moorings are basically intended to mitigate any disturbance to those if there would be any growth there.
Correct.
Any other comments on this float then? Tom?
Yeah, I just wondered whether you guys had checked with the CCSR. They've been doing eelgrass studies out there in the harbor for quite a while, and I don't know whether they've extended that far yet.
I have not connected with them.
Yeah. You know, when you look at the July 23rd or July 17th, 2023 near map image, looks like it could be right on the edge of the eelgrass area. I know there is
Tom,
eelgrass.
what date was that? I can pull it up.
July 17th, 2023.
17th. All right.
Yeah. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong spot. Hang on. Before you do that, could you bring up the location of where this float is?
Right here. Well, plus or minus,
Yeah.
right?
That's it, huh? Yeah.
That's it, correct.
So that looks a lot like the eelgrass beds, at least the image looks a lot like an eelgrass bed that you would see over in the harbor.
It's just showing aquatic vegetation.
Yeah, there's no certainty that that's eelgrass until you go out and look at it.
Brad, could you show the most recent eelgrass mapping by DEP, please?
Sure. Let me just make sure I have it before I share it. I have it open. I'll share my screen. Here's the most recent 2019 to 2023. As you can see, it's kind of out towards the end of the glades there. So they obviously have, mapped eelgrass in this area, and as the current eelgrass, they haven't mapped anything in through this area. When you go to the earlier imagery, it does show in this region But the most current and better aerial interpretation, and they do say that they field investigate areas. It doesn't say that they've done all the areas, or it doesn't tell you which ones they have done, but they've improved their mapping. As we know, eelgrass is diminishing, unfortunately, in many areas.
Brad, the mooring that the swim float would be connected to is permanent, or is it placed every year?
It's the anchor is in place already. It's brought in seasonally, the float, and with the bungee type system, we won't have any potential chain drag on the ocean floor. So if there is any eelgrass, it's going to be certainly a better system. And we have a good separation of water, even at low tide. So it's not like the float is close to the bottom. I think there's 4 or 5 feet of water even at low tide.
What's the growth like cycle of eelgrass? Would it be there when they place it if it were present?
Army Corps of Engineers recommends doing eelgrass surveys in July through August. So, in June it will start to grow. It's not preferable to do a survey in June because it's kind of at the beginning of the growing season. So July would be the time that it would be visible. But I would say we're waiting on permits, obviously, but they would use it recreationally, so they would typically have it out after Memorial Day.
I'd point out that you can see that dark patch to the west of the state's map. I'm pretty sure Susan Bryant has mapped that as an eelgrass meadow. So I don't think the state is necessarily the definitive answer here. As I said, CCSR does this every summer, and they've mapped the eelgrass in that area that is a little bit darker there, just to the west of it, as an eelgrass meadow. Interestingly enough, when you look where the float's going to be in this 2023 image, if that's when it is, that does not appear to be any eelgrass there, maybe a little bit, but so it does come and go, that's for sure. But I think that you should be consulting her maps.
Well, what if we condition it that if there's some sort of verification with CCR, and if it's determined that the mooring and is in the middle of an eelgrass, that it be relocated? Does that make sense? Is that agreeable to everyone?
Adam, I'll let you comment on that.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Again, we're just trying to get these floats in the water for the season.
Understood. Yep. And we're just cognizant of eelgrass. So
No, Chair McIntyre, I'm not arguing the point. Your concern is valid, which is why we were proposing, the eco mooring tethering system. Again, the anchor is in place, but we're looking for authorization.
yeah. Understood. Well, I would just say that the state mapping is very inaccurate. Having participated in some mapping efforts, it's very limited resources and spotty. So I know there's eelgrass, it washes up on the beach every year. So I would say that if we condition it that, and if everyone's in agreement, that if it's determined in July, that it's, the mooring and the float is right on top of an eelgrass bed, that it be relocated outside of it. If the applicant's okay with that, then I think we can go.
Yes, Chair McIntyre.
Sorry, just pulling this up. So I can read these, but this was the one I just typed up. Applicant shall confirm with the Cohasset Center for Student Coastal Research, CCSCR, whether the proposed location of the swim float is within a mapped eelgrass habitat according to their recent surveys and data. If so, the swim float shall be moved to a location outside of mapped eelgrass habitat. Is that sufficient? I figured I wouldn't put dates in there depending on whatever CSCR has.
Yeah, they would just have their most recent mapping and
Yeah, I said recent surveys. Yeah.
yeah, right. And so it's not eelgrass season quite yet. So
Yeah.
It'd have to be last year's data or year before or something like that.
Okay. Okay, so is this, yeah, and then in addition, the same exact conditions, I just slightly modified them for this project. This order shall be contingent upon all other applicable local, state, federal permits. Any changes to the approved plans because of those permits shall be submitted to the commission in writing prior to implementation of those changes. Just read the second condition. Should the swim float and or any anchor or chain components remain on site during the off season, they shall not be stored in a wetland resource area at any time. This includes but not limited to salt marsh, coastal beach, coastal bank, rocky intertidal shores, land underwater, etc. The float and any component shall be stored in an upland location if kept on site during the off season. And upon removal of swim float for off season, the component should not be dragged across wetland resource. But I believe, as Mr. Brodsky already indicated for the previous project, they'll probably be taken and floated down to the boat ramp. So these are pretty much just if they're applicable conditions.
I'm good with those. Sorry, I think we skipped a bunch of
Yeah,
commissions.
sorry. I just wanted to pull that up. Just I was let you know I was typing this out.
Oh, they look good so far. Steve, any further comments or questions on this one?
No.
Kathy?
Nope, I think it's good.
Okay. Sanji?
Nope. Me.
All right. Tom, anything else? You good with those conditions?
No, I think that's really the only concern. The mooring sounds like it's a good idea. It's unfortunate if they have to move that 100 yards or whatever, but if it is on top of an eelgrass bed, it seems like it should be done, should be moved.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just inviting, yeah, it's shading it and all the activities, just gonna tear it up, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so then with that, I will, make a
Sorry, just
motion.
adding this one thing. Is that okay? And or mooring? Right? Did we care more about the mooring than the actual float, or do we care about all components?
Yeah, all components.
Okay.
Can't really have the thing without all the components going. So
Yeah, right. Okay, so I'll just write and mooring are within. Okay.
Yeah. All right. With that, then I'll make a motion to approve NOI 25-11 for 90 Whitehead Road swim float. Do I have a second
With the conditions.
with the conditions as shown?
Tom Bell, second.
Great. Now I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Fernando, hi.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome.
And next up, we got continued hearing NOI 25-08, continued from May 1st as well for 90 Whitehead Road, the beach maintenance plan.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, Adam Brodsky for Kingsbourne Trust, the owner and applicant, with Brad Holmes, our wetland scientist, and Xander Oram. And since our last hearing, we did submit additional materials, including a wildlife habitat evaluation. But the client, in response to the commission's concern about the use of the tractor and rake, has agreed, and his principal concern is the removal of seaweed. So he's agreed to propose the removal of seaweed by hand and not using any mechanical means. And Brad quickly revised the beach management plan to reflect that. Was sent over to the commission this afternoon. We apologize for getting that to you late, but the client gave us those instructions this afternoon. And so we hope that with that major change, that this would be more acceptable to the commission. So Brad, you want to go through it really quickly?
Sure. Thank you, Adam. We had in the original proposal hand raking to
apologies,
support the
Brad.
mechanical.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Charlotte, I was in do we have this in
No,
OneDrive?
I'm sorry. They had just sent it right after I left the office, so I did not put it in OneDrive. Sorry.
so
I don't know,
nothing we can
Brad, would you
speed
be able to
read?
pull that up? If not, I can pull it up. I know the
I can
commission
pull it up.
obviously hasn't had time to read it, but
It's very short. It's now
okay.
a two-page summary with the same conditions, but without any mechanical raking. So
Without any mechanical raking at all, or just for seaweed?
the removal of seaweed by mechanical raking, I mean the tractor with the rake. This would be done by landscapers by hand.
Adam, can I make a suggestion? I applaud the applicants and the trust's decision here, but it feels like almost impossible to speed read this over Zoom. Would it make sense for us to have a few days to read this versus trying to come to such an important decision for your client? Trying to get Brad to scroll through a doc over Zoom.
Again, I apologize for getting this to you late. We were just informed of this afternoon. If the commission is not prepared to close the public hearing, we understand. It's just a much simpler version of what you've seen before. So we were just hoping to present it. So we'll be, obviously, you'll tell us how you want to deal with this.
My feeling is that I would hear we're here, we'll hear it, but I think we're gonna want to look at this and we need some time to, go through it. I don't think it's fair to the rest of the commission to have us try to, come to a final decision with such a late change. I was prepared to kind of go through, I went extensively through beach management plans and raking plans to prepare for this. So it's kind of a big change. So we'll certainly hear you present, but I think we're going to want to continue.
Sure, Brad, you just want to hit the highlights?
Sure, I can very simply go over it. The management proposal hasn't changed in the sense that the activities have always been included in the notice of intent. We included originally beach raking, mechanical and hand. What we've done now is we've reduced the management proposal so that all we're doing now for the proposed activities is managing seaweed. The last proposal had managing seaweed as this was proposed, but also had managing sediment. So we've taken out the managing sediment, and all we're focusing now on is the managing of seaweed. And it's the same language that you've reviewed in the previous management plan, but we've just clarified it that there were raking activities would be done by hand without the use of a machine. The raking still within the area of the rack between the mean high water and 10 feet from the dune. Rack will be shaken and sorted so that the sediment and live organisms are not collected. Obviously, any inorganic debris, any washed up materials would be removed and disposed of and not buried on site. That was always included in the proposal. And we also note that the collected material will be buried on site or disposed of off site. So if the commission would like us to keep it on site, we can do that within the sediment stockpile that's there now, or if it's the commission's wish to take it off site to be composted or used elsewhere, that can be done. That's the only somewhat change, but the rest of the activities remain the same. We just wanted to, this document isn't necessary. It's a new document in the sense that it's revised, and we removed the mechanical components and the managing of sediment, but these analysis of the performance standards remain the same. So we understand that you did get it today.
Yeah.
But it's a removal of activities instead of really changing things.
Thank you. My problem with this is that it's there's lots of documentation that the seaweed is it's part of the system, it's just like the stones, the gravel, the cobble is part of the system, the rack line and the seaweed is also part of so there's no frequency, there's no limit to the extent of this, and it is an alteration. The rack deposits it's a resource, it's a habitat. It serves some function in terms of the whole system. So I think I get it, they want the beach to be nice, and if there's a large accumulation of seaweed, which we've seen on other beaches, it makes sense, but there's no limit to what they do. So they're just I think we'd want to see some, I don't know, some limit to this. At least that's what I would like to see. Whether it's done at a certain point when the seaweed is like built up to a certain degree, or if it's a time frame, something like that. Because just kind of open season on natural systems, and, the beaches has been my problem. It's not just the moving all the gravel and rocks to one place to make a sandy beach, but also the seaweed.
And we're happy to address that, Chair McIntyre. This is what was approved at Sandy Beach. They had the same problem. And these are the conditions that were approved by the commission 2 years ago for the Sandy Beach management plan.
I believe there's a limit to they have a set number of a period of time where they can do it.
And we do, I believe, we've said when this would occur, but we'll go back and make sure that we address that more specifically.
Yeah, it's a very late hour. Like Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if we'll be more productive if we all can read this end to end and understand what's included.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying if we're continuing it and we can say if there's anything additional that we would like to see. I've already I would, yes, like to continue it, but if there's anything additional for them to come back with, just trying to.
Yeah, I have several concerns. And we need to deal with that pile of cobbles that have been collected. I know I haven't had a chance to see the amended proposal for beach management plan. I read the other one today, and spreading that material back out onto the tombolo, a term I haven't heard in 50 years, not since being in graduate school. Is that still in there, Brad?
No, we're not proposing to, in that the previous proposal was to use a sediment on the raked sediment that would be collected in the beach rake machine to the tombolo. We've removed the beach rake machine, so we're not doing that. It's just.
So it looks like when you look back in near map, sometime in the not so distant past, that pile had dispersed a bit. I believe it was about 600 or 700 square feet to start with, and after one winter, it had been dispersed across the tombolo all on its, due to storms or whatever. Since then, this area of sediment stockpile has grown to somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 or 1,800 square feet. And I just wonder how long it's going to take for that to disperse. This is a high energy beach, and it could disperse in one year, certainly if we had the right storm conditions, but it hasn't. It's grown. So I think something needs to be done about that. Another thing I noticed going through these, back through these, is virtually none of this beach seems to be used for recreation. All of the activities that are captured by Nearmap are all centered around where that 2-track road goes through. That's, you guys call it a walking path. It looks like what anybody would out west would call a 2-track road. Vehicles drive on it. The tires leave the 2 parallel marks. But that's where all the activity is. That's where the kayaks are stored. That's where the beach chairs are. That's where the sun canopies are. So you've got this really big beach, and do you really need all of that? It doesn't look like it's being used. So why disturb so much for so little?
As we have revised the application, it's just to be done by hand. So it's only the managing of the excess seaweed as it decomposes and creates a hazard and smell. The purpose of this is just to remove that nuisance.
I guess I fail to see a hazard. There's certainly a smell. I don't know what the hazard might be, but it's still, this is a pretty good sized beach. And if it's not all being used, why disturb so much of it?
Mr. Bell, I can't speak to what portions of the beach are used, but we're not disturbing the beach. We're simply proposing in the revised project narrative simply to periodically rake the excess seaweed, leaving the recommended amount of rack consistent with state guidelines. And so we're not altering the beach at all. We hear your concerns regarding that, the stockpile material. Again, my assumption is that would be eliminated naturally by storm events. But to put heavy machinery on the beach to spread it out probably is contrary to what you're trying to achieve here.
Well, that would be a one-time event, not a periodic event as you had proposed in the previous plan.
I just like to say again,
one person's removal for whatever reasons is another person's disturbance, I guess. I would call removing the seaweed a disturbance.
Again, it's routinely done on coastal beaches in Massachusetts pursuant to beach management plans, including those in Cohasset. We provided numerous examples of it. I appreciate you don't like that activity. The real question is whether that activity is permissible under the State Wetlands Protection Act and your local bylaw. And it's our opinion that it is, as reflected by this commission approving the Sandy Beach Management Plan, which proposes the same activities.
I'd like to say again, look, all of us spent a lot of time getting ready for this because it was a complex question, and this is materially changed. It sucks that we did all our homework and the question got changed, but I don't know how I think we just move on and continue this for next day. It's 10:15 right now. I don't think we're going anywhere on this tonight. And I think it's a significant change that I personally appreciate the applicant's change, but I have no idea. We're debating stuff because of things we read in the last proposal. This is materially new. I just don't know if we're going anywhere.
I hear you. And we've got at least 3 other hearing. We have a lot of stuff ahead of us still. So I appreciate that. And if you guys are okay with it, Mr. Brodsky and Brad and the applicant, we'll review what you've submitted today and continue this to the next hearing, if you would.
Thank you, Chair McIntyre. What is the date of the next hearing, please?
That would be June 5th.
6/5.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, since this is kind of the main NOI that's mostly tied to the ongoing and active enforcement order, would it also be acceptable to continue the 90 and 100 Whitehead Road enforcement order for unauthorized beach authorization to June 5th as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Can we please have the enforcement orders rescinded with respect to the 2 floats since the commission issued orders?
Sorry, you mean revised? So we can revise the enforcement order, just include the unauthorized beach alteration, alteration and restoration.
And forgive me, it is late. I thought that the original notice of violation also concerned the.
It did, yeah,
the
it
boat
did.
float. We voluntarily reported the swim float. I can't recall whether you amended the enforcement.
No. We had amended the enforcement order to just include 90 and 100 Whitehead Road. The original enforcement order also, it didn't specify the swim float, as you mentioned, but it did specify the unauthorized change to the adding the additional seasonal dock float. So, you know, since we've issued an order for that specifically tonight, the commission could vote to amend the enforcement order once more to just take that information out, but still keep all the other action items, I guess. I mean, it would really just be revising that description in the enforcement order rather than the actions that were required.
That would help us since we need to begin our permitting for other matters. So if we could do that, please, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, what I would probably do is recommend an amendment to the vote to amend the enforcement order to remove the details about the dock seasonal float, since those concerns have been addressed.
So then, okay, I make a motion to amend the enforcement order for 90 and 100 Whitehead Road to remove the details for the seasonal float,
seasonal
and
dock float, yeah.
the additional seasonal float for the boats. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
All right. With that, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magno.
Steve Bagnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre. That vote passes 5-0. That enforcement order has hereby been amended.
Thank you.
We will continue NOI 25-08 until 6/5/25.
Thank
And
you.
same thing with the rest of the enforcement order, the now amended enforcement order.
And the enforcement order for beach alteration.
Yeah. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, next we have show cause hearing for 39 Riverview Drive for the unauthorized riverfront alteration. This is continued from April 17th.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Caitlin. Oh, sorry, muted.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I always hate this angle. Okay.
Caitlin, I'm happy to pull up the plan that Brad had put together as of May 20th. So just so the commission has an update, per the last hearing, we wanted to see a more fleshed out restoration replication plan for the trees and other vegetation that was removed in the northeast area of the BVW and buffer zone, all within riverfront overlapped area. So this is what Caitlin had worked with Brad so far. So in green is still the BVW replication area. And the previous conversations about tilling the grass and rotating it and putting in the seed mix, that's still a part of this plan. So the additions are what you guys see in the green and red symbols. The green, I believe, are trees. The red are the shrubs. So based on the conversations at the last hearing, I think, Tom, you had pulled up some imagery, a near map from 2022 where you can see the shadows. So Brad and I looked at that together. We counted 8 larger shadows within the area of the northeast area that was recently removed. And so that's why there's a 2-to-1 replacement, since this is all technically in riverfront. There's a 2-to-1 replacement of those trees. So they're spread out randomly within the replication area and the 10-foot buffer restoration area that you guys see in yellow. And then for shrubs, the red dots, there's 12. And then these are the species for the trees: red maple, yellow birch, swamp white oak. And this is for BVW tree replacement. For buffer zone replacement, Brad put in red oak, white oak, and black cherry. So 10 total for BVW, 6 total for buffer zone. And then for the shrubs, blueberry, high bush blueberry, inkberry, silky dogwood, and winterberry, 8 shrubs for the BVW. And then in the buffer zone, bayberry, black chokeberry, sweet pepper bush, and witch hazel, total of 4. So I guess with that, Caitlin, I can turn it over to you on the design here, and anything else you wanted to add. And I guess we'll go back to commission comments too.
I don't think I have much to add. I don't know. You explained it more beautifully than I could.
Okay, yeah, I think Caitlin is looking for some input from the commission to see if this is what the commission is looking for. And the final details for monitoring and everything would still have to be hashed out. And obviously Brad would finalize this and put it together with his typical replication and restoration instructions about, you know, flagging it with all the details and things like that. So this is really just the actual plan, but all the details will be finalized in a formal document if the commission is satisfied with this. And then, sorry, last but not least, I forgot to mention that on the abutting property, removing the excess compost and brush by hand and spreading it out and leaving remaining organic material undisturbed. So just taking out some of that compost. And Caitlin, I'm sorry, I think this may have missed the plan, so I'm sorry I didn't catch it the first time. Do you still plan to relocate the shed, or is that based on? Yeah, so
Yes,
we'll
we're
add
going
that
to
to the
move
plan
it.
too.
My husband just needs to recruit
Okay.
some stronger people than myself.
Okay.
We
So
are
yeah,
going to-
sorry, that's the last component of this plan as well, that the shed will be relocated to a more upland area in the disturbed yard area. And I guess I'll turn it back over to the commission then.
What's 10 feet mean?
That's the width of the proposed restored buffer from the BVW replication area.
Okay. And what's the replication ratio right now?
For the trees, it's 2 to 1, and for this, I don't think there was really a ratio for the shrubs. I think Brad just placed those randomly within the replication and restoration areas. Since all of this is technically within riverfront, that's why we stuck with 2 to 1, regardless of the BVW or the buffer zone.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll pass it to Tom for now.
My only question, I guess, is what is the understory or on the ground cover, if you will, in that 10-foot wide strip?
The seed mix. I'm not
Oh.
sure what's
Oh,
in
okay.
it.
It's not lawn, right? It's
I
seed.
think, yeah, I think he might have written it on the bottom. If not, I have it in a prior document.
Yeah, I don't know where it was in the prior version. I don't think it's on this one, but it definitely was a native seed mix for it was a
Yeah.
wetland seed mix for the replication area. And then it was, I think, a wildlife conservation seed mix for the buffer. So I believe it's 2 different seed mixes. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's my only question.
I might be able to look up a previous one.
Steve?
Steve, you're muted.
Once again, I'm sorry about that. I had to sneeze. I'd seem to be a pretty reasonable compromise to me, so it looks like a good plan.
Kathy?
Yes, I'm happy with the plan also.
Sanjay?
Yeah, I'm happy with the plan. Given what you described earlier, Charlotte, can we make a decision on this today and, and propose that you, figure out the final details with, the applicant and Brad?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. This was the original plan that Brad had showed us before we wanted the trees and shrubs and everything installed. So I'm just going down to the seed mix here. So this is the New England wetland seed mix from New England Wetland Plants. This would be for the replication area. And then I'll double check with Brad if it's going to be the same seed mix or a different one. I think he said it was a different one, but this is definitely the one that would be used for tilling the wetland replication area in addition to the trees and the shrubs in there. But I can get the buffer zone mix if it's the same or different from Brad.
What, sorry, can you go back to that list? What are the tree,
Yeah.
typical tree species we
This list, the current one, Chris?
So, yeah, the replacement.
Yeah.
So we get
So this would be
4 red
BVW.
gowns, 4
Mhm.
red maples, birch,
Mhm.
oak. Okay.
This would be in the BVW, and then the second list below it would be for the buffer zone, for the 10-foot buffer zone.
Yeah, I guess that's a compromise. Yeah, that's something. That's better. I don't have much to add. I will note that I don't know. It still seems like you're gonna have a nice lawn, and we still probably lost some resource area, but I think the commission's satisfied, so that's it. Where's Brad? Is Brad not here?
So Caitlin wanted to just show this to you guys first to get a read on it. And if it was acceptable, we can finalize it with Brad, but we didn't know if this would be, favorable to the commission. So, just to save another call with Brad, we just wanted to get a read on this first. So it sounds like if you guys are okay with it, and or if you guys want to finalize it either with just me or with the commission at another hearing. I think that's what Caitlin and I were trying to see if just testing the waters, I think, with this draft plan,
So just cost wise, it's been really building up. And so I've been working with Brad on a lot of different meetings, so it's been very expensive. And so this was one way that he suggested maybe to save some costs, like if he could formalize it and then we present it and go back with him with comments. So that was kind of that.
Is there anything more we're going to learn from having you come back with Brad? And I'm setting this up because I'm thinking maybe we could try to make a decision here and save some of that expense.
Yeah, Sanjay, I think the main thing here would be if all commissioners are okay with this proposed 2-to-1 replication with the randomized native shrubs with a 10-foot buffer zone restoration. So if all commissioners are okay with this design, and we can definitely issue a decision, I think, with some monitoring and reporting parameters that we've used for other projects. And obviously we'll add a note about relocating the shed. So if you guys are okay with this design and this restoration for BVW and buffer, all within Riverfront, I think we could finalize it with Brad, either with just me or with a continued hearing. So but to answer your question about finalizing it and coming back to another hearing, I don't know if you would learn much more other than, just seeing the final plan as a commission as a whole versus we're just relying on me to finalize it with Brad. So I think it depends on your preference. But it wouldn't really be new information with new plantings or anything. It would just have the reporting, the work details, the maintenance details, the seed mix obviously added back in there, possibly a different seed mix spec for the buffer zone. So those would be some of the the finalized changes.
Here's
Yeah, so I think
my only hesitation here is that what is a 10-foot buffer zone? Like what we're setting, it's like a unprecedented thing that we're allowing, in my opinion. Like
I'd like to make a motion to approve this. Is there a way to do that? Like, I feel like, look,
I just
I'm
want to hash out my concern here, Sanjay, is and that this is a precedent, somewhat like a just kind of chipping away. Like, what is everyone okay with this? Like 10-foot, what is a 10-foot buffer zone on a riverfront? It doesn't it's never been done before. So now we're gonna be held to this, or we could be on any other situation.
I don't know about I mean, the 10-foot was really just trying to keep a mix of restoring and still keeping lawn. And I'll defer to Caitlin on adding to that, but I don't think it would set a precedent that all wetlands now have a 10-foot buffer. I mean, this is really a restoration negotiation, I think, and coming to a compromise between the commission and the applicant and what Brad has put together. So if the commission wants to see a wider restored buffer, I know Caitlin had passed along some comments about just wishing to use some of the lawn, especially the side that had been, lawn beforehand, before the activity on the northeast side.
I think we also had a long discussion on the site about the fact that this was a development well before, wetland commissions and it was landscaped to the riverfront well before I think we had any evidence that, like there were buffer zones and riverfront zones. And so my recollection of that site visit is that we were restoring back to where the applicant had cleared material.
It was a site visit. We don't really speculate. We don't really do any sort of, it's only a site visit. And since then, and the last hearing, and not to cut you off, I apologize, but the site visit is strictly to view the conditions, and anything we learned at that is really not part of the public hearing. It's and since then, and in the last hearing, which I don't think you were at, we kind of delved into that pretty extensively and pulled up a lot of historical imagery going back to the 80s. Right around this time, there was no real clear evidence that was ever lawn. So
a lot of this, I don't know, I know some of you were there, it's extremely sloped. So like 70% of that is a slope which isn't usable. So it's going to be a small area that's actually usable. And our front yard is just a massive rock. So there's really no playscape for the kids, like nowhere to play. And so that was, just kind of the goal. And I've been really trying to work to have something to satisfy and also have space for the place that, we want to remain with our children, and, outside is their whole childhood. So that was the idea. And I've been working with Brad closely and Charlotte to come up with something to restore it to be better. And so
I get it. I understand. I don't think there was any bad intent on your part at all. I understand. I've got kids of my own, and kids will play wherever. They don't need a manicured lawn, in my opinion. They can play everywhere. I'm not trying to, I don't even like to go there with talking about your kids, but I'm just saying that our job is to look at the bigger picture and to make, judgments that we would hold across the board on this situation again and again. And this is just weird to me. So I'll kind of step back and let someone else make a motion. But
I just want to say it's really hard. This is very hard for us. You know, you've heard, you've been sitting, I think, through a couple of hearings here, and there was one that was similar to this in some way earlier. And it's always hard when a homeowner is in violation. Sometimes it's knowingly, sometimes it's not. And we realize that we're impinging on your sovereignty, it seems. And none of us like to do this. So it puts us in a, in a very uncomfortable position. Do we decide with our hearts? And in that case, we have to make a judgment about the people that come before us, and we're not supposed to do that. You know,
I hear you.
One of the one you just heard is one of the richest people in the world. Honestly, that's his property. He's one of the richest people in the world. And if we treat you differently from him or him differently from you, it's not right.
I hear you. I mean, this is adding way more than what was there. And so, you know, the idea was to add back some more things to make it a more robust area than it was prior. And that's, you know, what we're coming forth with. And this is, okay, I won't say anymore. It's just, this is going to be expensive to us financially, but we wanted to do something that
Tom,
was
I
robust.
disagree with the parallels that you're making to other cases, and even Chris, your assessment of precedent. So as a commissioner, I'll just state my opinion. I was not compelled by any of the evidence or the lack thereof of what was landscape before regulations were put in place. And my opinion is that this feels like a compromise in we exist as a commission to adjudicate these areas where there is not clarity. So just for the record, I'm supportive of this proposal, and I don't see the parallels personally between some of the other cases or enforcement orders that we've adjudicated in this meeting or in others.
Just gonna bring this up again, sharing one more time. This is April 2021 versus April 2025. And the proposal is basically up to where, you know, the line is. We're still, that's a lot of manicured lawn compared to everyone else. I think I don't think it's enough personally. I think they can still have a sectional lawn somewhere, but a 10-foot just arbitrary 10 feet buffer zone is, for this amount of clearing and restoration, is not something I can stand with, and I'm not comfortable with it.
So again, the majority of that is like extremely steep slope, so it's not usable. So it's actually going to be a very small, maybe like 5-foot width area. We measured it all out. That will be usable for soccer balls, and you know, my kids go down with their little trucks and things like that. And so that's why. I mean, if it wasn't sloped, yes, of course, like we would come back in. And I know there's lots of homes that don't even have any trees and it's all grass. And so, you know, that's kind of what I had known and seen before, and now I'm learning. And so this is our attempt at having a more robust restoration and filling in that area.
Kaylin, would it be okay if I pitch something that at least I was kind of initially sending to you, that, you know, if the commission would be interested in maybe not a consistent buffer, but like a varied size buffer where it's thinner on the left-hand side to maximize the space that you would still have for your kids, but then increasing it more on the northeast side, on the right side, where most of the vegetation was recently taken out. Would that be something that you and the commission would want to look at? So maybe like a 10-foot buffer on the left-hand side, but then increasing it to a certain point on the right-hand side that you weren't really using anyway. I get, because that was the area that was mostly cleared within the last few years. So that was something that I didn't know if that was something that you had talked about with Brad before this meeting, or if the commission is interested in that. But I that would just be an idea to see if anybody takes it or agrees on it.
Yeah, I think that's, I think is on the right side, is that where we put more of the trees into a little more?
Yeah, so like increasing that buffer from the BVW to kind of restore more of the actual vegetated conditions from a few years ago.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, I've been very amenable to work with everyone. I mean, I've gone to town hall to work with Charlotte. Like, I've really been raking over this mentally, financially. So.
Like, is this something that would be a little bit more reasonable for the commission? Like, you know, this is just a guess. I just randomly drew a line here, but this was the area that was, like, if you look at near map, this is the area that was mostly altered within the last few years, not counting the BVW, which obviously we're fully restoring here, you know, so I'm just talking about the actual wetlands buffer, but still riverfront. This was the area that you can clearly see on near map did have a lot of the trees come out in this area. Some behind the home, but mostly in this northeast section.
I had a slightly different take on what that 10-foot buffer meant. And I assumed that it was just an artifact.
Sorry. Sorry, Steve, I just wanted to pull it back up.
Okay. Well, I interpret it as basically an artifact of restoring as much as possible or as practical of the stuff which had been taken out, but relocating it to a place which was actually probably better with respect to protecting the resource itself. I mean, they've gone well into restoring the riverfront resource there, and providing an additional by taking the trees which were kind of up in the upper right corner, and instead of restoring them there, which is going to probably grow a bit wild anyway, if that's the part that's I didn't get to do the site visit because I think I was away at that point. That is probably the least amenable to being used very much. It's probably going to become more wild. But this does kind of does a job of protecting, helping to protect the resource by spreading the restoration out along the edge of the resource. That was how I
That was the
interpreted
idea,
it.
and to
The
give
10,
more
the
canopy.
10 feet was just a, you know, a handy way of describing it.
Well, that's the function of the,
So, like-
but that's the function of the 50-foot buffer, in fact, is to protect the resource. And some time ago, it was decided that even though the state identifies a 100-foot buffer, and Cohasset made a decision to and voted for in town meeting that the 50-foot buffer would, we created that, essentially. The town of Cohasset created that. And the voters of Cohasset approved that. There was no talk about a 10-foot buffer, or it was 50 feet. So we need to come to grips with being consistent, and it's painful. It's painful for me. I'm completely.
I mean, I think if you were to take the yellow and erase it, okay, and say, in addition that they're going to do they're going to restore a large portion of the 50-foot trees that were taken out, but to spread them out over an area that was more oriented towards the resource, then you take care. That's fine. At least I would say that's fine. I do say that's fine.
Well, Steve, if I may, that's
Mhm.
the wetland buffer line, and if we were talking about mitigation, it would have been a 2-to-1 mitigation just for that. So we'd have been doubling that.
I think she did a 2-to-1 mitigation inside the wetland buffer.
It says it's not in the wetland buffer, Steve. The green is the resource.
That's what
It is the wetland.
That's right. They're restoring the resource. Okay.
Yeah.
They're restoring, I suspect, or attempting to restore the trees that were taken out, but they've essentially restored them along the edge of the resource rather than further into the buffer where it makes not that much difference. I mean, the fact that you have trees up there on the edge of the ledge is not going to really improve things all that much. At least that's my opinion. So I agree with Sanjay that we should just take this and let it approve it. That's just my opinion. I don't think we're going to get anything better. I think we're just going to waste more time. And it's never going to go back to what it was. So, and what it was, there wasn't much protection there. I mean, there was just basically a lot of open, unused space and a few trees.
Okay. Kathy, anything?
No, I don't.
Right, then it's open. If someone wants to make a motion. Sanjay, I believe you were gonna make a motion earlier.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I'll take a shot at it. I'll probably need your help, Charlotte, but I'd like to make a motion to approve this plan with some of the stipulations that we normally attach to any plan, as well as to clarify that, some of the specific details around the seed mix and implementation that we've discussed earlier can be overseen by you, Charlotte, in conjunction with Brad, the wetland scientist.
Yeah, and Sanjay, if you're going to make a motion to approve this, the original violation letter was just a violation letter. So if we're going to allow Caitlin and Brad and whoever she works with to do the work, I would recommend to issue an enforcement order with the approved restoration plan. And then with 2 questions of, do you want the restoration work done by a certain time for the BVW and for the buffer? Sorry, I know that's complicated, but yeah, I agree with your stipulations of like, we would include, I would say a 3-year monitoring period where the initial planting report is received by December 15th of whatever year it's completed. And then following that, you do 3 seasons of monitoring to make sure the areas are doing well, replacing the plantings, all that stuff. And then modifying the plan just with the note to relocate the shed to an upland area outside of the restored buffer and wetlands replication area. Sorry, I know that's a lot, but yeah, I guess the final question for your motion would be, do you want the replication and buffer zone work done within a certain time frame for the enforcement order?
Do you have a recommendation on given the scale of the work? What?
I guess it would depend on what conversations Caitlin has already had with Brad. I mean, Caitlin, if this were to be approved by the commission tonight, what was your goal in terms of working on this? I know you had previously mentioned you want to get this done, so I didn't know what
the only hang up is with the tilling and the seed mix to make sure it takes, I think, prior to putting the trees in. So I would have to ask them the timeline of that, but just to make sure it didn't need to be tilled and reseeded again prior to putting the trees in.
Okay, so maybe doing the tilling and seed installation work prior to the end of the growing season for this year, and then Sanji, I don't know if you have a strong idea on maybe putting in all the initial plantings, maybe within the following spring and or fall, for making sure the seed mix comes in, and then installing the plantings maybe by the end of the following growing season. Would that be acceptable to you if you're making a motion?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you might have to reread that. Hopefully you wrote that down or remembered it, so can you
I
make
did
your
not
motion
remember
again?
I'll make an emotion to issue an enforcement order with respect to the violation, we've previously discussed, with an implementation timeline of reseeding by the end of this 2025 growing season, and remediation plantings to be completed by the 2026 growing season, and then a monitoring period of 3 years to start at the end of the 2026 growing season for 3 years.
And that would be with the approval of this plan with the monitoring details and relocating the shed. And
With
the
the
seed mix,
monitoring,
obviously.
yeah, relocating the
Okay.
shed and clarification of the seed mix.
Okay.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
With a motion and a second, then we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell abstain.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, nay. So we have 3, 1, and 1. So that vote passes. 3, 1, 1. And someone want to make a motion for work within the resource area in the 50 or the 10?
Yeah, I can. I'll make a motion for, it's a variance, right? For work within the 50-foot buffer zone.
Yeah.
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Give all right, roll call vote then. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell abstain.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, nay. That vote passes 3, 1, 1. Right?
Thank you.
Thank
I hope to
you.
meet you all in other circumstances one day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Night.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Bye.
All right.
Okay.
Next.
Hopefully this one will be unanimous, but I will just pull up a quick photo. So I was notified last week for 106 Howe Road that there was an excavator basically in a wetland, as you guys can see from photo shown. Last year, just so you guys are quickly informed, the residents had contacted myself, the building commissioner, and the DPW director last year about flooding concerns. Their basement was flooding. They had permits from 2010 to raise and rebuild the home. Those permits were closed out. So no active permits are on the site. I visited the site last January. DPW had come to the site last January. We did note that this is obviously a private property. Howe Road is private. So DPW, long story short, did do some emergency repairs as allowed per Mass General Law on cleaning out 3 catch basins in front of and near the home. And then the owner had also worked with, I think it may have been Rosano, to there's a drainage pipe that comes into the outlets into this wetland and goes diagonal across the yard up to Howe Road. So that pipe was cleaned out. A camera was snaked down there. They did see some blockage. It was cleaned out. I had advised the owners to work with an engineer on resolving any drainage problems on the site since their 2010 permits were closed out and there's nothing that was open. And so they did say that they were going to work with some engineers, but unfortunately, next minute, I'm getting a call about a landscaping vehicle in a wetland. And I did issue an enforcement order on site to stop the work and to require them to come to the June 5th meeting with a replication restoration plan for the BVW and the buffer, with the note that they had to delineate the wetland and also mark the property lines, because there's a good chance that this work may be occurring on one or two possible abutting properties. So for the commission tonight, since I issued an enforcement order, which I'm allowed to do without a quorum of commissioners on site, a copy was given to the landscaper, which is J. McKinnon Company, and the Newmans, the owners. So I gave 2 enforcement orders to each of them on site. They signed them, confirmed it, and basically the only question that I had for you guys is you would need to vote to ratify this or modify it. I would modify it definitely once we have confirmation of whether or not this work was also occurring on abutting properties, because, I can take a good guess that it is, but obviously I want to make sure. If you want to ratify the enforcement order as is, I'm going to pull it up really quickly, just showing the findings and what I had required. The owners are aware. They have since stopped work. I have not received reports that there is any further work on the site. So I just confirmed, obviously, the work was being done without a permit. I issued a cease and desist immediately from any activity affecting buffer zones and resource areas, which is a majority of the property. I ordered that the resource area alterations be corrected and restored to the original condition, and I wanted a restoration plan by our June 5th meeting. And then I had said that the contractor and or owners shall work with necessary professionals to delineate wetlands, survey property boundaries, and provide a wetlands and buffer zone restoration and replication plan by June 5th, 2025 for our next meeting. And then the last thing I did not order, so this is where I'll ask your question of whether or not you want to modify this or keep it as is. I did not check. We want an after the fact notice of intent. Every situation is different. Typically DEP discourages that, but sometimes, as you saw with other properties that, we discussed tonight, sometimes that is necessary to submit an after the fact NOI. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys if you want to keep this as is for now, or if you want to modify it to include an after the fact NOI.
That was a lot. I'm looking at,
Sorry, tried to be brief.
no, can you show on your map that, which I have,
Yeah.
where the excavator was? Cause
Yeah.
it looks like it's gonna be in at least the other property.
Yeah, and that's why I had ordered the people the owners and or contractors to hire someone to delineate the property, because I didn't want to make an assumption and issue the enforcement order to multiple property owners without knowing whether that work was also occurring. I can definitely take a very educated guess based on the plans. So this is Howe Road. The wetland is right here, and the wetland is located for the most part on 726 Jerusalem. This is 104. This one right here. Sorry. This is 106. That's their property border. This is 104. This is 726 Jerusalem. This is a giant wetland system. The drainage pipe that I was talking about, it daylights right into this wetland here. So I guess it depends on where this property line ends, where the excavator was, but they were definitely working behind this stone wall and behind the driveway at the toe of the slope. So definitely buffer zone and most likely wetlands, and most likely on an abutting property. Well, definitely wetlands and most likely on an abutting property or properties. But they claim they did not take out any trees. But yeah.
So this is where it gets complicated when they're on the, you have to issue it to the neighbor if they're on their property.
I believe so, yeah. I can confirm with town council, but for now, I just wanted to get the enforcement issued right away to stop the work. The commission can always modify it maybe once we have more information about whether or not the work was occurring on abutting properties. If we, I did say they have to delineate the property boundaries too.
So,
yeah,
let's just issue it.
Okay. Do you guys want an after the fact NOI, or are you okay with this for now?
Can you explain, just for my benefit, I probably just want to know, like, what happens with, like, what do you get out of it if you do an after the fact NOI?
Well, for one, the fees are doubled, no exceptions. But two, they would get a permit to do whatever work that they have to do. Typically, DEP recommends keeping it under an enforcement order because an enforcement order, basically the only way to appeal it is to go straight to court. It cannot be appealed to DEP. So whatever an enforcement order says is essentially a legal command. DEP can't supersede us here. So if you issue an after the fact order of conditions, then you open up that potential for the work to be appealed by property owners and or, anybody, DEP to supersede us. So that's why DEP recommends keeping things as an enforcement order. But as you saw with other properties, especially when you involve state licenses for other, types of work, you sometimes do need an after the fact order of conditions, but, keeping the enforcement order open, I think is definitely a priority. And then it's
Since
just up to you
on
guys.
two properties or potentially on adjacent properties, that's not what we'd want to do.
Yeah. So,
So let's just issue the enforcement order.
okay. So if someone wants to make a motion to ratify the enforcement order and keep it as is for the requirements or something for 106 Howe Road.
Okay, I will make a motion then to ratify the enforcement order for 106 Howe Road on unauthorized work within the 50, 100 and potentially resource area. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Can I get a roll call vote? Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
You're muted, Kathy.
I'm
Now you're muted again.
sorry, tired, sorry. Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve McNell,
Steve McNeil, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McNamara. That vote passes 5-0-0.
Okay. Great.
All right, thank you. And reorg, Conservation Commission reorganization. We need to do some recruitment here, team.
Mr. Chair, we do have some people in the audience for the COCs. Do you want to do the commission organization last?
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the COCs. We got
Okay.
Stormwater permit 24-10 for 246 North Main Street and 246.
Okay.
You got anyone for that?
Yes, we do. So Andrew Gallagher, who is the general contractor and builder. Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong if that's not your title. I think Brian Davis is still the current owner, correct? I think that's right. Okay, so I'll pull the as-built plans up and the approved plans, just so you guys can see both. Now that I have the new Adobe, I can go between screens easily. So this is the approved plan. This is a 2024 stormwater permit. I'm not sure if this jogs your memory. There was some encroachment into the buffer zone. So we did have a restoration plan as part of a stormwater permit. It was brought in as a show cause hearing, and we decided to just add the conditions on restoring and repairing and maintaining this area as protected conservation land as part of the stormwater permit. Just so you guys are aware, the site is, in my opinion, fully stabilized. The entire site was outfitted with sod that has been watered in. The plantings have all been installed. The native seed mix was installed in this gray dotted area. The long-term operation and maintenance plan was recorded. So, that has been taken care of. The seed mix specs are the native wildlife conservation seed mix in the buffer zone, and that has been installed. And then the subsurface system was all installed. They had sent me photos beforehand. And Board of Health has already issued their certificate of compliance for the septic system. So just giving you guys a little background info, checking the boxes. The only thing that Andrew will just have to do, and hopefully if the commission agrees, we can do this as a contingent upon condition. The two conservation posts just have to be installed. That's the only portion of the work that still needs to be done. Jeff drove by the site this afternoon and let me know they weren't there. But with that, I'll go to the special conditions. There was a remediation plan, as I mentioned, that had there were two special conditions that the remediation planting plan had to be a part of the stormwater plan and maintained for 3 full growing seasons. So similar to our condition 41 for wetlands permits, and or be replaced by the applicant owner. The maintenance requirements may be issued as part of a COC with authorization from the commission. I would recommend that if the commission votes on a COC tonight, to put condition 16 as an ongoing condition. And then all the plantings, as I mentioned, for the buffer zone restoration were installed. 2 witch hazel shrubs had died and confirmed during my final inspection. So Andrew did replant those, but just chose different species for chokeberry instead of witch hazel. And then the white oak here that you see, that's just outside the 25-foot buffer. We actually moved that in the 25-foot buffer, and we went with swamp white oak just because this area is kind of wet. So just a slight native species substitution there. And then the second special condition was that the catch basin installed along the driveway had to be between elevations 103 and 102 and shall be connected to the proposed infiltration system. So just switching back over to the as-built, that was installed, as you can see right here, and it does connect to the subsurface system, which also connects all the roof area from the home into the system. So that was installed per plan at elevation 103. Some of the deviations, other than some of the native species substitutions here, outside the 25-foot buffer, the landscaping around the home that you guys can see on the as-built and in the trees and landscape areas here, most of these areas were actually all outfitted with native species. I did note river birch, inkberry shrubs. Then there are sugar maples that are planted all along this row here, right in between the town right away and the edge of the property. And then instead of I think these are mostly arborvitae, but there were only supposed to be 5 here and 2 black spruce here. So definitely more tree specimens were planted along this northerly edge and southerly edge here. And then gravel trenches were added, as you guys can see on the as-built on either side of the driveway. This was not a part of the approved stormwater plan. So the engineer clarified this does, of course, provide additional infiltration along this lower half of the driveway. And then this upper half, as you guys can see, drains and connects from the catch basin to the subsurface system. The driveway, the as-built driveway layout is wider than the approved plans. It's about a 620 square foot increase, but the engineer clarified that it won't impact runoff since the upper portion of the driveway is connected and captured by the catch basin and piped to the subsurface system. And the lower portion of the driveway slopes into the Sloan trenches, which are now on either side of the driveway that were added as part of the final as-built conditions. And then the last deviation was that the second and third retaining walls that you guys can see here on the approved plan, those were just not installed because the grading here actually wasn't as steep as originally anticipated. So they only did the retaining wall around the property here and then just didn't install these. This is just open lawn and it goes down to, you know, the wall, and then below the wall are where all the trees are. And as you guys can see, there were only supposed to be 3 deciduous trees here. So I believe there's 9, and they were red maples, but he did sugar maples instead. And that's pretty much it. So I think if the commission has any questions, we can answer those. And if you were to issue a COC, I would definitely recommend that condition 16 to maintain this buffer planting area for 3 full growing seasons or replace anything that dies.
That was a lot. What are the highlights of the deviations? How much more driveway did they install?
The engineer estimated 620 square feet, but I don't think that included subtracting the impervious for the 2 retaining walls that were not added.
And what were the other highlights?
And then more plantings than required, slightly bigger driveway, and additional stone trenches were added on right here on either side of the driveway. So those are the major highlights. Okay. Oh, and then the pervious walkway. So pervious walkway, no second and third tier retaining walls, slightly wider driveway, but with additional stone trench infiltration, and then more plantings overall.
So Charlotte, the total impervious is remained the same. I mean, it looks like they didn't add some things and they added others. And how do the numbers still work? I mean, in terms of pervious area.
I would
impervious area.
Yeah, I would say, because the engineer said it was an additional 620 square feet of driveway. So that was an increase, but then the retaining walls were also taken out. I'm not sure how large those are, but I would say overall, unless Andrew or Jeff want to correct me, it was still an overall increase, but that was also paired with the additional stone trench infiltration that was also added.
Yeah, so did they run the numbers again?
Hold on one sec. Let me see. I see Jeff raising his hand. Hey, Jeff, can you answer that?
Hey. So there was an existing driveway generally in the same location, and this driveway that we proposed, same general location. What was built is a little bit wider, which is why you get that increase. I calculated before when Charlotte reached out, it's an additional 620 square feet. The walls that weren't constructed would be about 165, so it's a net increase of about 450 square feet. That being said, when we designed this project, we did not propose to capture any of the driveway runoff for mitigation. At the time, we made the case that the new driveway is pretty much the same as the existing, and it runs off into the road where it's picked up in a catch basin. And the numbers worked without any mitigation, without any handling of the driveway runoff. What was actually built was, per the condition of the approval, the upper part of the catch basin, the upper part of the driveway is captured in the catch basin and goes to the dry well, and the bottom part of the driveway is picked up on those stone trenches. So, it was I guess it was an oversight that they went wider in the driveway, but overall, with everything else, I think they went above and beyond, and it should be a net reduction in runoff from the site.
Remind me, Jeff, is this the same place that isn't there another house that was built here right behind it? Or is this at a different place?
That's immediately next door. There are two houses
Yeah.
built.
Yeah, okay, so I have this recollection of trying to double dip on the existing pervious when these were built.
That was next door.
The lot was subdivided. Oh, that's okay.
Yep.
The one next door was trying to count the pervious surface on this lot for the.
Yep, I was part of that hearing. I recall that. Yep. Next, immediately next door.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
This is the one, is this the one with the big stone wall?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, if
beautiful
you're driving
wall,
by
too.
it, this part was existing and then the stone wall was extended around the property. Oh, actually, there was an existing part here and they just extended it, and then you see all the trees out front. Sorry, these trees out front.
Yeah.
Guy that built that stone wall was a real artist. Boy, that's a beauty.
Yeah.
That's,
All right.
looks nice, yeah.
Oh, sorry, the last thing was just the pervious patio added back here. So not impervious, but just paver patio. Sorry, that's the last thing.
I don't know, stormwater is not my forte. Tom.
Yeah,
Tom's good with it. You wanna make a mo-
it sounds fine to me. Jeff convinced me.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion, Tom.
Yeah, I move to issue a certificate of compliance or completion for stormwater permit 2410 for 246 North Main Street.
Tom, can you add with condition 16 for the
Yeah, with
Thank you.
condition 15 and our
15, sorry.
and our normal conditions. Oh, yeah, the conditions specifically for maintaining the buffer.
I'll second that. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
And Andrew, once you have those conservation posts installed, I can issue that. Thank you.
Lastly, we have the last COC we have is for NOI 23-04 for 50 Black Horse Lane.
All right, so going back up to the as-built, this was a dock project. This is NOI 2304. Sorry, I'm just closing some stuff out. There we go. So the dock as-built plans are here, proposed here. So really the only changes that I had noted, actually the main one was from a violation notice. So there was a special condition that was issued with the order of conditions that the seasonal float and gangway are to be removed seasonally during the off-season and stored in an upland location, not on the marsh. In December 2024, I did note that the float was stored in the marsh. So I did write a violation letter to the owners. Since it was the middle of winter and everything was frozen, I worked with her and the contractor to remove the float in the spring once the ground thawed. I don't know the exact date of when it was removed, but definitely I confirmed on site today that the float is now out in the water. I did ask the owner if she has plans on where to store the float. She said for now, she's just going to keep it in the water in the winter. She might figure out an offsite location for it another time, but she now knows that she cannot store the float on the marsh. So that violation issue has since been resolved. I didn't see any major damage to the marsh. I didn't walk out all the way, but looking from aerials and looking on site, I didn't really see any drag marks or anything like that. Because the contractor had said he would remove it in a king tide. And so that was really that. And then the only deviation that I found to the dock was just looking at the approved plan. There's supposed to be 6 pilings or posts here, but the as-built plan only shows 4. So two less posts for the little lookout area here. But everything else is pretty much the same. And then Jeff did confirm that the float stops are, I think the approved plan shows that they were supposed to be 1.5 feet above the substrate. So Jeff and his team did go out there and confirm that they're 18 inches. So that is that is built per plan. So yeah, if the commission has any questions, happy to address them. But otherwise, I would recommend the condition 55 that I just read about storing the float not on the marsh or dragged across the marsh as an ongoing condition. And then condition 40 isn't really applicable here with the no herbicides, but if you want to issue that, it was a part of our boilerplate issued with the order, even though it's not necessarily applicable, but you can definitely do it if you want. So condition 40 and or condition 55 about the float.
Okay.
I move to issue a certificate of compliance for, sorry, I closed that, NOI 2304, 50 Black Horse Lane with our standard boilerplate conditions and which one, 51, Charlotte, did you say?
55. And then did you want number 40, Tom, for the no herbicide stuff?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to
Just
throw
keep
it
it
in there.
Yeah. Okay. So number 55 and number 40.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Second that. And let's take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve McNeil, aye.
Sanju Fernando,
Sanju Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. COCs are done.
Good. All right. Lastly, I guess we have Conservation Commission reorg. Valerio, as I stated, if anyone doesn't know, bought a new house, changed his voting status, no longer eligible, so he kind of left abruptly, unfortunately. So we have kind of vacancy situation. So we have to vote, I guess, Charlotte.
Yeah, so just for tonight, I didn't do the liaison positions for the other boards, but we'll just need to vote on a new chair, vice chair, and secretary.
So I nominate Chris McIntyre to be chair.
Thanks, Tom.
You did a great job tonight, Chris.
Thank you.
Yes, you did.
Definitely.
Need a second.
Need
Oh,
a
we need a second.
yeah.
I'll second.
All right. Then we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve McNeil, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
And I'll vote for myself. Sure, I'll do it.
I want to congratulate you on your successful campaign.
Yeah, thanks. I been taking out commissioners, chairman for too long. Finally got my chance.
There you go. Congrats, Chris.
Thank you. All right.
We'll get you a plane tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice one. They can't
Yeah,
land anywhere.
a paper airplane.
Totally not an ethical issue and conflict of interest. It's fine.
No, it's funny because that they've been trying to get rid of that plane forever. Can't land anywhere. It's too big.
Needs millions of dollars of repairs too.
Yeah.
And they stopped making parts.
So we got a junk plane.
Like the Spruce Goose. All right.
Like the Spruce Goose that was parked in, it was this wooden airplane that was built by, oh God, what's his name?
Howard Hughes?
Howard Hughes, yeah. And it sat in a warehouse in the Bay Area for 50 years or something, 40 years. Might still be there. Or did it burn down? I don't know. The Spruce Goose.
Okay. Geez. I don't know who's up for vice chair. Anyone? Someone needs to
Anybody
be
but
nom-
me.
I'll nominate Steve Magnell if he's up for it.
I don't know, I might be a bit new for this.
I'll second that.
Okay, you will.
Now you've done it.
No, I've been-
Right then. Take a roll call votes. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
All right, Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0.
All right.
And lastly, we have secretary, which I nominate Kathy Berrigan for, if she's still up for it.
Sure.
Tom Bell, second.
Take a roll call vote for that. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Aye.
and Sanji Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
All right, new board. And the last 48-hour issue I'll bring up is if you guys have any people in mind for nominations, feel free to give them my number.
So
No,
I've been
Tom's our
working,
number one recruiter and is completely
know.
free of any
I've
responsibilities.
been working on it. That's for sure. I contacted Marianne. And she is busy. I guess she's getting a new job or something, and would have loved to have Marianne with her all back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's got other responsibilities. But there are I still have some other possibilities that I'm investigating. I'll confess that I'm trying to increase our gender diversity. So I'm leaning towards women in town strongly.
How many seats are we looking to fill?
So now with Valerio gone, we have 2 open seats for full commissioners. And technically we have, Paula Zorsak is still our, associate member right now. But yeah, so technically 1 or 2 associate members. But as you guys know, those people can't vote. So definitely prioritizing the full commissioner positions.
So Paul will step up,
Okay,
or I'll step on him.
okay. So
He's
Paul's
taller than
gonna,
me, I can't do
do you know
that.
if Paul submitted his application, Tom? Not that I
No.
want to push him, but
I'll push him.
okay, thank you. Okay, so if Paul applies and select board approves, that's 1.
Yeah, And, you know, the Cohasset Conservation Trust reached out to us
Mhm.
to be a little closer. Maybe there's some hope there. I did write an email to Debbie Shad about this and never heard back from her, but that doesn't seem to be unusual. She had stopped answering my emails some time ago. I don't know whether she's annoyed by what we did at Turkey Hill. But
I would hope not. And also that's trustees' property, not CCT.
oh no, CCT owns it.
No, the town of Cohasset and Hingham own it, and it's managed by the trustees for Turkey Hill.
CCT owns it. The Cohasset side, that's CCT property.
Interesting. Okay.
But you're right, it's managed by the trustees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
gonna be, that was
Dick
something I,
Avery is in charge of that parcel.
they might have, folks, Conservation Trust team, maybe they have some.
Yeah, Chris, maybe you could reach out to them. To, who's the chair of it? I can't remember her name.
CCT, it's now Sarah Sharon.
Oh, actually, so. Mary-
Sarah and Debbie, I think, were both on the board like 20 years ago.
Yeah, so, let me see, hang on a second here. Oh, I've gotten so many emails from you, Charlotte. I can't find.
Sorry.
I can't find Mary Ann's. Maybe she sent it directly to my Strata Model one.
Okay. Well, thank you for asking, Tom. Really appreciate that.
Well,
And I have on my list to call Holly Hill Farm, but I know they're all really busy, so I don't know. I'll try though. I mean,
maybe they have a donor that.
yeah,
that
maybe there's someone
recommend-
who's, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe we should have a table at the Eco Fest.
There you go.
And put your job advertisement.
Oh, my
there.
flyer.
Flyer, that's the word I wanted.
I
Yes.
made a flyer a few years ago to hand out at a town meeting, but I got really scared.
It's really nice. It's great.
Thank you.
Just saw it. Should share it.
Maybe I'll
Yeah.
print some for the office.
We still have a bunch of flyers that you never handed out, we can reuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did actually. I printed out a massive stack, but because I was presenting a bylaw edit, I got scared and didn't stand in front of the door and pass out the flyers. I wanted to hide.
It's really nice, Charlotte. You should send one to everybody here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
dig 'em
send
out.
it.
I think you'll all
Alright.
like it. It's great.
Nice. Yeah, and we're not elected, we're appointed, so we don't have the elections that just happened, we're different, so anybody who applies just sends an application, goes to select board, they review it. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
all right.
Thank you, guys. Sorry that was a long meeting.
Don't leave it all to me. Anybody that has somebody that they'd like to bring before us, and I think it would be best if we agree on people and then write letters of recommendation.
Yeah, I think that would be good, as well. But you're nominated as top headhunter, Tom, so.
Well, I've been working on it.
I reached out also to a few people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy. Any bites? I know you had a few people get back to you, but they were kind of busy.
Right now, yeah, right now. But
You soften them up and Tom will come in to finish the job.
Closer.
okay, we'll work together, Tom.
All right.
All right.
How about you, Sanjay? Can you think of anyone?
I'm thinking, I wonder if that Open Space Commission has anyone who wants to,
I was thinking that too, Marissa,
Marissa Manley, yeah, she takes minutes for open space.
Oh.
she's
Um,
pretty active. I don't know, I think she might have taken a job too, but
okay.
she's still, hey, we
Well-
all work.
Well, reach out and find out.
Okay.
And your flyer will help. It really
Post the flyer.
will. It's great.
put it everywhere.
Oh, I mean, you've really built it up. I gotta see this thing.
Yes.
Okay, I'll send it to you
Send them
guys.
to everybody, yeah.
I was
Send it
embarrassed to pass them out at town meeting. I felt like a carpet salesman or something. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you guys, and if anybody does come up, feel free to give them my number. I'm very transparent. As you guys know, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, this is the best. I mean, yeah, these are late meetings. You got to have special people on this board who want to do this. So, you know, yeah,
Good night,
just want
Brad.
people to know what they're signing up for.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The good, bad, and ugly.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't sugarcoat it. I'm honest. I mean, this is a great board. You guys are amazing people. It's just, it is a commitment, you know, 2 meetings a month. They go late, as you see. So, or hopefully we're getting better, but this was a pretty long agenda. I think it would have been impossible, Chris, for you to keep this under 3 hours. So thank you.
Try to keep it going, but thanks everyone for chiming in. There wasn't a lot of stalling, so let's keep it up.
Went well.
Congrats.
Thanks, Chris. That was, you
Yes.
did a
Good
great
job.
job.
Yeah,
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Chris.
Appreciate it.
did. Really
Anyone
good.
want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
make a motion to adjourn.
All
I'll
right.
second that.
All right. Everyone,
Bye.
hi. Good night.
have a good night.
Thank you guys. Have a
you,
wonderful
everyone.
night. Have a good Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Thanks
Too.
all.
Thank you,
Bye.
Charlotte.
You too, Charlotte.
Yeah.
Bye.